and Roxie, here and really say that it together together. But they all the time again.
Welcome, everyone. Good morning, good day, good afternoon. Welcome to our third day of our summit or online gathering, Thrive at Sandrocks. My name is Verena, and I'm here live from Mani in Greece. It's a beautiful, very gentle morning, and I'm really excited to share with you this formal practice of meditation. So I'm glad you're here to make the time today. And reflecting on what some of the speakers said in the past days, and the third day of our summit being about activism, and that activism is not only, or not so much actually, about what we're going to do tomorrow, what we're going to do in the future, but really about what we are doing right now, and that informs our actions. So this is why it's really important to come to a place of stillness, to really ground ourselves within and see what is there and really be present what is there. And this morning, I'd like to share a practice that is very much inspired from Tonglen, which is a practice deriving from Tibetan Buddhism. And it is really about transforming the dark, the heavy, into the light, into something that is nourishing. And this is only possible because we are present with what is. It's not about not wanting the heavy, the dark, the challenge to be there, but to allowing it in and alchemizing it through our body. Our physical body is actually this fire, this powerhouse that is capable of transforming this by taking it all in and then exhaling the light, exhaling what serves us, what nourishes us. And we have to start at ourselves. We have to start with what we are feeling, because this is where we can be very compassionate. It's about our immediate experience. And we can also do this for others. We can do this for somebody we see that is suffering. We can actually do this for the whole world. We can do this for the planet. And that's the beauty about this practice. So if you're not sitting yet, I invite you to come to a comfortable seated position. You can also sit on a chair or cross-legged as I'm doing, or even laying down, even though I don't recommend that if you're easily falling asleep during meditation or if you're tired. It's better to sit up and keep a straight spine with a natural curve. Roll the shoulders back to open your chest. Take a deep breath into your belly, into the pelvis area, and relax all the muscles of your body consciously. And feel free to close your eyes. Interiorization. You can rest your hands on your thighs or perform a mudra as you wish. Relax your jaw, your chest, your neck, all the muscles of your face. Any tension you feel in your body and your system right now, you can release, let go, relax. Allowing yourself to really drop into this moment. There's nowhere to go, nothing to do. Just be right here, right now. You can really surrender into this time and space. We're going to keep track of time. It's going to be about 15 minutes. We don't have to worry about going anywhere or doing anything. Just coming to the present moment. Bringing the awareness to the earth underneath you, touching your body. Imagining really rooting down deeply into the earth. A steady ground. Deeply rooted. Maybe you can even feel the energy from the earth coming up into your physical body. Through your spine all the way up. Imagine a thread pulling the crown of your head towards the sky, creating space between your vertebrae. And feeling yourself between those two worlds, the earth, the sky. Experiencing yourself in this space from which you are, from which you can act. And bring the awareness to your heart center, in the middle of your chest. Noticing any sensation that is there today. Be curious. Be compassionate. Coming to that center of your being, you might feel home. Maybe there's a sense of calm. and acceptance. And allowing everything to be as it is. No matter what your day has been so far, if there's been challenges, stressful situations, a bad dream while you were asleep, coming back to this inner place of calmness and serenity. Keeping the awareness of your heart center. You can shift your awareness also to the inhalation and exhalation. And choose a point to focus on. Because you can either feel your breath maybe at the tip of your nose, you can feel it in the middle of your chest, or in your throat, or deep down in your belly, wherever you feel it the most. Stay there with your awareness. Observing inhalation and exhalation. Taking in and letting go. Noticing short pauses between the inhalation and exhalation. Noticing what's there in those pauses. Stillness. Deep awareness. An inner knowing. Whenever there's sensation distracting you from that place, you can gently acknowledge that sensation. Let it go. And coming back to that place of stillness. With the next inhalation, you can take in the feeling of sadness. Connect to that feeling, that sensation of sadness. Take it in. You can exhale joy. Inhale sadness. Exhale joy. Inhale confusion. Exhale clarity. Inhale confusion. Exhale through all the pores of your body, clarity. Inhale anger. Really inhaling that feeling of anger, that heaviness, that constricted anger. And exhale compassion. Inhale anger. Exhale compassion. Inhale feeling of overwhelm. Exhale surrender. Inhale overwhelm. Exhale surrender. Inhale ignorance. Exhale presence. Inhale ignorance. Exhale real presence. Inhale grief. Exhale love. Inhale, grief. Exhale, love, unconditional love. Inhale, separation. Exhale, connection. Inhale, separation. And exhale, connection. And you can even widen that. You can even go bigger. Inhaling the heavy energy of your whole community, the whole world, even the whole planet Earth, all the living beings. You can inhale suffering. Exhale peace. Inhale the suffering. Exhale peace. Let's do it again because it's such a big one. Inhale all the suffering of this planet. Exhale peace, peace, peace. Back to a natural breathing rhythm. Observing your sense of self, observing your mind body, emotional body, physical body. Resting in that knowing that we are capable of transforming all that, of taking it all in. This knowing that all the emotions, all the heavy things, all the challenges are equally valuable, equally divine as the joy, as the happiness, as the bliss. And bringing the awareness to your physical body, any sensation that is there. Maybe you can feel the air on your skin. Maybe you can hear some sounds in the distance. Gently opening your eyes, keeping a soft gaze. Experiencing yourself in this space, this environment. And with this awareness of your own inner fire, your own capability of transforming, then knowing that you are here in this world to thrive, and that you're actually able to take in the heaviness of others and be there for them by being there for yourself, by tending your inner garden, as Larry Ward yesterday said so beautifully, to be able to take care of the garden all around you. I wish everyone a beautiful summit and a beautiful day, and see you in the next session. Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to Thrive at Zen Rocks online gathering. This is our third day of our summit, which focuses on activism. And if you haven't been on our Facebook group, Thrive at Zen Rocks, I kindly invite you to join, to give us some feedback, to share your thoughts, your insights, to ask any questions in case you have questions that you're not able to ask in the Q&A. You can also join Instagram and contact us there. It's Zen Rocks Mani, the channel. And also, of course, you always have the possibility to go to our website to upgrade, so you can download all the talks. For me, at least, there's been so many interesting talks that I haven't been able to listen to all the time, and I really want to re-listen. And yeah, it's been just such an amazing insights for me. So you can do that there on the website and join our community. And now we're going to have really one of my favorites, my highlights of the summit. It's a conversation with Stephen Jenkinson. He's a grief walker, and it's really incredibly inspiring, and I hope you'll benefit this conversation as much as I do. Enjoy.
Hi, and welcome to Zen Rocks Mani. We are in Greece. We're getting together with people from hopefully all over the planet and all the planetary system to feel each other out as friends, to get together, to talk about where we are, to talk about ways that we can thrive together. So this is an opportunity of our gathering, Thrive at Zen Rocks. We're looking at ways to re-envision our world. How and what inspires us? We're looking at spirituality, we're looking at activism and sustainability, how they're interconnected, and how we as human beings can show up in support of one another and inspire each other, and think of what we can do, how we can stand, what is our spiritual practice in this world, what is the way we act, our action and activism in this world, and what is the way that we are connected with Earth and with each other, with all beings in a sustainable way. So with that, Stephen came to us as a new friend, as a new source of inspiration, to talk to us about his ideas, his experiences in life. He's got so many lifetimes in one lifetime. And so we're looking forward to talking to you, Stephen, and welcome. I would like to introduce you and to say a little bit about you. I like to say that you're a culture activist, a worker, an author, the founder of the Orphan Wisdom School. You teach internationally, and you're the creator and the principal instructor of this Orphan Wisdom School, which we can't wait to hear what it is about. You hold a master's degree from Harvard University in theology, and of University of Toronto, social work. You have authored the Reckoning book, which you co-written with Kimberly Ann Johnson. Also a generation's work, spirit work while the crisis reigns. Yeah. And Come of Age, the case of elderhood in a time of trouble. You also wrote the award-winning Die Weise, the Manifesto for Sanity and Soul, and Homecoming, the haiku sessions, and how it all could be. And on and on and on. You've done and written so much. You've appeared in so many places. You've been author, you've been social worker. You made a feature-length documentary, Grief Walker, which won an award from the National Film Board of Canada. And it's a portrait of your work with dying people at the Lost Nation Road. You made another documentary that's called Lost Nation Road. It's a shorter documentary on the crafting of the Nights of Grief and Mystery Tours. We can't wait to hear more about what is it that you do and how do you bring hope and togetherness and optimism and whatever it is that you're bringing to people as the gift of your presence, of your friendship, of your, I can feel your wholehearted love for humanity.
You haven't left anything for me to talk about. You've said it all already. So now there's only a few details left.
We want to know about your ideas. Like, what is it that moves you, that inspires you? Tell us. I just spelled out titles. We want to know about the content, about the juicy part that gets you going.
Honestly, this is going to sound so anticlimactic after what you said. But the truth is that, as you can see, I'm not 27 anymore. And I've had a glimpse from time to time of literally of not being here anymore. And I think of all the things that compel me and oblige me, it's probably the relative shortness of the year ahead of me that's the strongest presence and the strongest influence. If you read that on a piece of paper, what I just said, it sounds very drastic and very grim and very fatalistic. But you can tell by the way I'm speaking that that's not the way it is for me. On the other hand, it does give me a sense of urgency about what I'm doing, which so far I'm healthy enough to be able to deliver on the urgency. So I think, to go back to one of the things you said towards the end of your very kind introduction, I don't think I'm a person who brings any particular hopefulness. I mean, I'm on the record in a number of books in talking very explicitly about the problems with hope as a generic kind of orientation to life. And largely this comes from my time working with dying people, which I did for a good number of years. And I saw what being hopeful did to them, given that they were dying anyway, you see. And what it did was it turned them away from the realities of their dying and from the work of their dying, and turned them into a future-oriented, future-addicted kind of person. Which is to say that it seems that for most hopeful people, the present is not good enough. It's not even worth it. It's the future that counts. And I can't corroborate that orientation to life myself. I think it's an impoverishing orientation. So I'm a fan of the present moment. But having said that, I think we could both agree that even though we get to sit in beautiful places where you are and where I am right now, the truth of the matter is that the world is in a desperate condition. There are local exceptions, but overall, things are not looking very good. And I think it's important that at least some people in positions of influence and consequence and authority are very much organized around the understanding that we're probably looking at the beginnings of a ruination of a way of life that probably has been around far too long and has done tremendous harm to the place that we call home. And so the question then becomes, if you have the opportunity and the privilege of appearing in a circumstance like this, in the lives and in the homes of people that you don't know very suddenly with no invitation, you have a kind of responsibility. That's the way I understand it. I understand this as a combination of a privilege and a responsibility to do what we're doing right now. And so I carry myself with a sense of the importance of the moment, yeah? And it has gravitas for me. It doesn't have helium. It has ballast. So I'm probably that guy. I'm the ballast guy in the bottom of the boat, when it's rocking back and forth, hoping that there's enough weight that everything doesn't tip over sideways and permanently.
I hear you, Stephen, and there is also a lot of talk, even amidst activism, that say, let's not even use the word anymore. Let's not use the word activism, and we're off to like new places, post-activism or something that's indefinable. And, one of the incredible people we're working with, he says, it's about creating space and dialogue so we can listen, so we can be scared together, so we can see the big planetary destruction that's happening right now, and unflinchingly stand and breathe and be next to each other and like bear witness, right? That's another way to say, like, okay, we're here, we're bearing witness.
I think anybody my age has to be prepared for the following circumstance. Soon enough, if it's already happened to me many times, what I'm going to describe, but soon enough, most of us will be approached by somebody half our age or 1/3 our age. And they're just going to have two questions for us. Not who are you and what did you do and da 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 da. They're going to say some version of the following. When you were my age, did you know what was happening? That's what they're going to ask. And I'm going to predict something now. I'm going to predict that the answer that they hope that we have to give is no. They're going to want us never to have known how bad it really was. That's a very strange formulation until you elaborate it with 1 or 2 sentences. Here's why I think. The only way they can live with our example is to know that we didn't know. So we operated with a high degree of ignorance and lostness and misinformation and so on and so on. And that explains why things went the way they did and why we behaved as we did. But if we answer the question more or less, yes, more or less, we did know what was happening. And the world continued as it's done. I think this becomes unbearable for a young person to even think the thought that the people older than them did this with their wisdom, their opportunity, their lifespan, and the rest. So that's what's coming. And the other question they're going to have to ask you, of course, is, so what did you do? And every time out, every time I'm wondering about these things in public, every time I'm writing something down, I'm trying to answer the question, what did I do?
As you take it, Stephen, into the present, and as you remind us to be in the present. What did I do? But also, what am I to do? What am I doing? What is how to behave right now? I'm at a loss of words and thoughts sometimes, and thinking, okay, maybe all we can do is be here, communicate, support, love, the people here, the dogs, the cats, these beautiful potato plants, the olive trees. What else can I do? What else can I do? What else should I do?
Yeah. Well, honestly, I think it's the wrong question. The reason I think it's the wrong question is because it's a question that mobilizes hypothesis. It's still about the future. I think a better question by far, and a way that you'll answer that question, is simply to ask yourself, what are you doing? Not personally so much, but the circumstance around you, which is greater than your domain of control and influence. That's the real place where the meaning of your consequences unfold. It's not inside your own mind. It's not interned in your convictions. It's the consequence of your work for the immediate world around you. In other words, are you fundamentally a village-making person? Is that the nature of the work? Or are you so individually focused and solution-focused that the notion of village-mindedness is an inconvenience? It's too disparate. It's too hard to manage. I mean, for example, you used the word earlier in your introduction, sustainable. But the other half of sustainable is sustaining. Sustainable is about the future, but sustaining is how sustaining is the work that you're doing now, you see. And what is it sustaining? Is it sustaining a kind of status quo that got us here in the first place? A kind of using status quo, the notion that somehow the world is not very secretly here for us, not the other way around. that we own the place, that the place doesn't own us, and that we should last at least as long as anything else should last. When in fact, sanity requires that humans understand that as long as life continues, our little lives don't have to continue. But these are shocking realizations in an age that, well, they're calling it the Anthropocene age, no? And I suppose it's as good a word for it as any, a kind of human-centered age where all the calculations are, how's it working for us? That should really be the last question, not the first one. So what do we do? What are we doing is really the order of the day. And you don't have to dream or imagine to answer that question. You just have to observe, be sincere, be authentic, and be willing to be brutally honest with yourself and the limitations that you've secretly agreed to abide by.
You are taking us to the notion of village, I mean, to be in community and how we are in community.
In part, I think I would just use the word community to describe a kind of living situation, a physical, tangible living circumstance. I use the word village-mindedness to describe something that's more disparate. It has looser boundaries. And it's not really a living circumstance, you know, proximity to other people and to plants and animals and so forth, as a kind of willingness to bear in mind the broader story, the one that doesn't appear on your doorstep, but the one that you have consequences for nonetheless. So village-mindedness is not fundamentally a human-centered thing. Village-mindedness essentially is the specifics of location is the order of the day. That's what the word indigenous means in English. It means to have been born inside a particular place and time. That's the GEN kind of root of the word. So I'm describing an indigenous sensibility here, and a sensibility that says it's the place that gives us our identity, not us to identify the place. Village-mindedness is an ability to live in a kind of junior partnership with the world, where the world ultimately is the boss and the weather's the boss, you know, and the rain is the boss and things of that kind. In other words, it's much more humble than most of the talk that I hear about personal salvation, personal improvement, personal development, and things of that kind, which tend not to be very humble about their outcomes. The last thing I'll say about it would be this. So I mentioned to you, I work with a lot of dying people in the old days. Many of them were cancer patients, no surprise. And the word that was used routinely as a synonym for tumor was growth. That's no accident. Growth in a carcinogenic fashion, growth is something that breeds itself, that continues and magnifies and amplifies and multiplies to the certain death of its host. You could imagine all the suburbs of all the cities on the planet are growths in that sense, and they're sucking the lifeblood out of the center of town, sending it out to the suburbs. And you know what dies first? The center dies first, right? Okay, so you could imagine then that all of the notions that we have about growth ultimately are about increase. But the real growth that we should be entertaining is decrease. Decrease in every sense of the term. Decrease about personal empowerment. Decrease about personal consequence. That these things take on a minor key, and we take our instruction from growth for its own sake, which is what cancer fundamentally is, growth for its own sake. Anything that, you know, proceeds at the cost of the thing it relies upon is sociopathic. It's not natural. is sociopathic, and our understanding of growth, generally speaking, is a sociopathic understanding, I think.
You're talking about a way to live in a humble way, to live in a humble way, in a way that where we don't grab and we're not attached, and it's not about me, but it's about living with like some kind of trust and somehow of like just taking the signal from nature and kind of like allowing that nature connectedness to inspire us with love, with friendship, with
Well, it's a positive orientation that you describe, but the assumption is that most human beings have an access to this inspiration from nature. And I'm going to suggest to you, I don't think that's true. Most humanity lives in cities, and cities are the banishment of nature, generally speaking. And so most people who we would be asking to consider these things are not in an opportunity in their lives to be inspired by nature. They might be daunted by nature. They might be intimidated by nature. They might be unimpressed by nature, but inspired, not necessarily. So I think that's the circumstance and the life arrangement of a relative few number of people on the planet. And I don't know that the inspiration of a few people by nature is going to do much to change things. Now, listen, I'm aware that every response I'm giving you so far is taking the wind out of your sails, right? It's
nothing will take the wind out of my sails because the wind is here and it's beyond words. So, no, I hear what you're saying, Stephen. I hear what you're saying. And I really appreciate that kind of like very pragmatic. And like you said, get balanced, get down to earth, like face what's happening, see what's happening. I hear you. And you've been around long enough and you've seen enough death, as you say. I heard you talk about dying people. I'm going to say just this, and then we'll go back to the train of thought that we've been on. But I have a friend who's 93, now 94. She's in Florida. She's one of my really close friends. She was a social worker. And she came here last year with her daughters my age. We had a wonderful time, just really a very optimistic person and a true activist, like giving love through food pantries, through groups, through whatever, prison work. That's how we met, through prison work. It's really wonderful. This year, she has cancer and she's dying. And we're talking on the phone. And she's just laughing and saying, Vivi, I thought I was going to die today and all my kids are here. And it's like, it's not happening. I don't know what's happening. The doctor said the cancer is all over my bronchial tube. And, I'm supposed to be dead. But she's so loving, optimistic. She's had the kids, the grandchildren, the friends around, parting words full of like love and wisdom. And like her love is effervescent. Her optimism is effervescent, and her whole life is about giving love, giving support, just giving. And like for me, it's an unbelievable but very amazing dying process. Mm-hmm. As you mentioned it, I just wanted to, Beverly came to my mind. And I guess these are the people who can live in the moment, and it's possible to live in the moment by just being fully here with what's happening, right? Like she's always been fully here with whatever is happening. And with that, Stephen, I want to ask you, you're a wise man. You're a man who really cares. Like all your life, you've been finding words and ways to help, to be there, to be present, to create art and so many programs. So what is the way, Stephen? And, I hear that you don't want to be overly optimistic or optimistic at all. You just want to look at truth straight in the eyes, like Beverly is doing. There is, cancer is taking over my lungs, and still she's smiling and she's having a good time. And she said the other night, family over, watching the ball game, they're having champagne or wine or whatever. But, there is a person who's done everything she could in life and for beings. And she's there, wholehearted and happy. And here we are, we're talking about massive planetary destruction, inequality, injustice, all of that, the disrespect of nature, of resources, of other beings. Absolutely. So here we are, present with all that.
Right. What's the question?
What do you see? What do you feel? What's
Well,
happening?
you've been hearing it for 40 minutes now, I think. It's, look, what I'm saying is not the opposite of what your friend is saying. It's the rest of what your friend is saying. Okay? Nobody's responsibility is to be able to say everything, cover all the possibilities, occupy all the positions, feel all the feelings, and so forth. No, I don't have that responsibility. You don't either. So at any given time, you have an opportunity to choose which claim that comes to you, you'll occupy, right? So my own little life is my opportunity to, in the most multi-dimensional way I can find, to respond to the troubles of the times, not to be freed from the troubles of the times. I understand freedom from the troubles of the times to be reckless and irresponsible and not worthy of being a human being and a contravention of your citizenship. That's what I'm saying. So this is me, in a way, trying to translate what it means to have been born in a troubled time. And I'm not trying to get out of it. I'm not trying to crawl over the fence, crawl over the wall and leave it behind. I think there's, as far as I can understand, there's some kind of purpose that I can derive from the fact that I was born in this time, not some other time, some more promising, more realized, more positive, and so on, so time. So, and I have to decide ongoingly, not just once, I have to decide over and over again. Does this mean that I'm principally an afflicted person and that I just have to work out the afflictions? Or does this mean that I'm a person who has to derive a sense of purpose from a very troubled set of purposes and work out the sense of purpose and to deliver on my translation? And that's what I understood my job to be. And it was kind of born when I was working with dying people. That's when these things began to really crystallize, because working with one dying person has a lot of echo of working with a possibly dying culture. There's a lot of parallels. I mean, the scale is obviously much different, but many of the things that are happening, that are up for grabs, are there in the present moment. So this is what you're hearing from me now is, there are times, I have a band, right? We toured all over the world before the pandemic and a little bit afterwards. And, the name of the event is Nights of Grief and Mystery. And, people can't believe that people would come to something called Nights of Grief and Mystery. Like, isn't there enough of that already? And apparently the answer is, for some people, no, there's not anything like enough of it already, because I'm not talking about misery. I'm talking about the ability to articulate what grief actually asks of us now. The purpose of sorrow, not depression, not despair, grief. Grief is an understanding of how things are. Sorrow is being overwhelmed by the grief. See, so you're listening to a practitioner of grief, not a fixer of grief. And I think I learned this possibly from when I was a very young man. I ended up in a kind of undeclared apprenticeship with an old black man who was a storyteller. And he was a marvel. He was almost, there was something so fierce about him that it wasn't clear that he was completely a child of his time. He was something, there was something very old about the man when I met him and all through the life that we shared together. He's dead now, but I realized early on that this guy was a master of tragedy. I mean, he was very funny, but ultimately his real capacity in life came from his understanding of what it meant to be a black man in the United States in a very troubled time, very unpromising time. And he translated all of that into a reason to be alive, not a reason to fight, a reason to be alive. And that was very contagious for me. And although I can't follow the particulars of his example, but the inspiration of his example I can. And so I'm translating as best as I can my equivalent. I was born with certain abilities, but in a very troubled place where the abilities are not that highly regarded. So how to translate them to make what I can do useful to other people. Yeah. And sometimes it's to call out to reduce the number of crazy possibilities so that we understand what crisis actually means. The word crisis doesn't mean what people use it to mean today. It means, okay, there's a time for choosing. There used to be many choices. There are not as many choices as there used to be, but the time for choosing is upon us now, and we will choose, and we are choosing even as we speak. That's what a crisis is. That's what it means etymologically. So I think it's fair to say that we're in a critical time, and the crisis is asking a lot of us, and despair is not really a legitimate option. And escapism or retreat is not a legitimate option either. Engagement, to my mind, is the legitimate option. That's the loving stance. Engagement with the least promising things that we were born to.
And thank you for inviting us in this circle of grieving, not being afraid to see what's happening and to feel the loss, pain, the loss, the grieving.
Yeah, the loss is, there's a lot of lost possibilities. Yeah, but I mean, one of the things we could console ourselves with would be this. I grew up in a time when the parents believed that one of their responsibilities as parents was to make sure their kids had more than they had when they were children, right? Which tends to be an immigrant dilemma too, but it certainly was true when I was growing up. And one of the reasons we are where we are is because so many people acted on the notion that their kids deserve more than they had. So it seems reasonable to make a revolution. And the revolution could be this: our kids genuinely deserve less than we had when we were their age. This is what we owe to them, is to ratchet down this insane idea that everything's possible, that all you have to do is wish it and want it really badly, and then believe that you deserve it and believe in it and all this sort of thing. And your personal self-interest will be rewarded by the gods or by heaven or whatever it is. I mean, certainly we've been there for some time, and here we are. So we would love our children very well indeed if we help them to understand that we overdid it in almost every way you can think of. And we're going to stop overdoing it for their sake in their lifetime now.
That is indeed a drastic message. I would like to go away with that, to keep thinking about that, and encourage our kids to understand we overdid it, and there's time for less and not for more.
And that's what love could be.
And that's what love can be. Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome back, everyone, at Private Zenrocks online gathering. I hope you enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. It really gives me goosebumps, such powerful, strong words from such a wise man. And I have to announce that we have a slight change in our schedule today because there was initially a break now, but we're gonna switch the talk that was supposed to be at 6 p.m. with John Henry Smihula, PhD, and Andrés Conteris. And this is going to happen now and at 10:15 EET. And then at 6 p.m. EET, we will have a live conversation coming up, and we will announce that shortly as well. So stay tuned. After the conversation between John, Andrés, and Vivi, we will have a Shiva Mukti yoga class with Esther Chang. See you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Thrive at Zenrocks online gathering. We are on day 3 of our online summit, which is all about activism today. And we are here live from Greece, Mani precisely. And we are streaming a conversation between John, Henry Smihula, Andrés Conteris, and Vivi Letsou now. And this is a very beautiful conversation. And now I know, Andrés, you are here with us. And Andrés is also going to be live with us in the afternoon, having really incredible conversations. Thank you so much, Andrés, for all your input, for your wise words, for your profound activism. And I wish you, a beautiful conversation. Hello, Andrés, there you are.
Thank you for those very kind words. It's a joy to be part of the circle of Thrive, and the way that the spirit has been carried these past couple of days just shows deep authenticity and a commitment to being integral with our earth and with living life in the present.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to talk about so many things with you later on in the day. And thank you so much for also recording this conversation with John and Vivi. It's really interesting and inspiring. And I see you later in the afternoon.
Hello from Thrive at Zenrocks. We are in this beautiful place, Zenrocks, in southern Greece, and we're getting together to discuss, to celebrate, to hang out as friends in this festival that is thinking and talking about spirituality, about activism, about sustainability. All in all is how can we envision this world in the best way that we can? How can we support each other to feel empowered in this world, to feel that we can do the best that we can do for our circumstances, our world being in crisis, how we can, as friends, inspire each other, support each other, and take the best action that we can. I'm Vivi, Letsou, and Zenrocks is a place that we created with my husband, Iraj, as a place where we come together with community. We come together as a positive place to be. And it's an experiment. And now, post-pandemic, we felt the inspiration to feel more connected. And so in that effort to feel more connected, we're inviting people from all over, from the globe, to get together and to listen to some conversations, to also have a way to exchange ideas and opinions, and in the spirit of supporting each other. To do that, that's how we start this conversation today. My guests are Andrés Conteris, live from Guatemala, and John Smihula, live from Zenrocks. And you are my two friends. We've done wonderful things together. I met Andrés as an activist in a big protest against the School of the Americas. And, Latin America is in the forefront of his thinking and his heart. Andrés is part from Uruguay, and his family has been affected by the political system in Uruguay. His uncle was tortured and eventually died. And Andrés has been an activist with a lot of heart in the United States. He's done hunger strikes, and he always is very concerned about the world and the fairness, the equality, the issues of racism in the world, and the way to just be better human beings. John is my friend and longtime collaborator. he has directed the documentary that we all three did together, Hidden in Plain Sight. And John is also a person who every time and every day, he has the world situation very close to his heart. And it's a discussion that keeps going on and on with us. So with two people that I admire and that I trust, we open this conversation today about what is it to be spiritual beings on this planet, and what is the best way for us to be, to express ourselves, to act in this planet, and in consideration, in love with this planet, with this earth. So we're just talking, and we're ready to start this conversation. So welcome, my dear friends. Welcome, Andrés. Welcome, John. And Andrés, please.
Well, Vivi, thank you for that beautiful welcome. John, it's incredible to see you again and to remember almost 20 years ago, actually more than 20 years ago is when we met. We met in the year 2000, and that's 23 years ago now. So it's beautiful to reconnect and to work together once again.
We were so young then, too.
What's that?
We were so young then.
Absolutely.
Just a couple of kids.
Exactly. And here we are 23 years later, trying to continue to build a world that is more harmonious. And I love the spirit that Vivi is inviting us into to really build community, and to basically the way I look at it is about being life affirming, and to affirm the whole process of life, which includes the cycle, right? Which is a life cycle, and then there's death, and then there's rebirth. So I think a big theme that comes across in the entire month of Thrive events that are happening has to do with that rebirthing in the context of the crises that we're facing in the world, and the absolute need to bring change.
Okay, so thank you for your approach, Andrés. John, how is it for you?
I would like to ask Andrés a question. I mainly come from the world of education, spending so many years teaching on the university level. And I think a lot about children, about young people who are today, they're inundated with information, misinformation, disinformation. They have their phones and their tablets and their computers and 500 stations on cable and all these things to distract people and to dumb them down. I'm going to ask you, as a longtime activist, what do we do with 14, 16, 18-year-old children who look at the world and say, you know, is there anything I can do? How can I start? Because here we are, we're all kind of aged. And so let's turn the conversation for a moment to young people. What, you know, they're feeling hopeless. They're, you know, the suicide rates are increasing, rates of depression. They feel overwhelmed. You, as a longtime activist, what kind of advice would you give young people who want to get involved?
Mm-hmm. Well, interestingly enough, John, what I would say is that we need to learn from them first. And how so? If they are overwhelmed, we need to ask, what is it that has brought the young people into this crisis? And you mentioned some very specifics around how technology is causing more separation, and how consumerism is really making us less human. And so why is it that young people are facing this crisis? And looking at that deeply, we need to learn from them, and we need to say, why are not we more in crisis with the way that we are treating our Mother Earth, with the way that we are basically attacking the life support system of the planet? Now, young people feel this in a very critical way in terms of everything that distracts them from being life affirming. And we need to look at that and say, how is it that the whole system that humanity has been a part of contributes to that pathology, and who and how are we as pathological participants in making it even worse for them if we ourselves are very much involved in the cause. And so if we look at them first and listen to them, we might really start to look at how is it that we arrived at this crisis situation on planet Earth, and what is it that how is it that we need to change so that the young of our species grow up healthy, instead of, maybe even blaming them or looking at why aren't they more healthy, whatever. What is it that we have done in the decades of our lives, but even more so we can even go back many more decades or centuries in the past, looking at how our species has created a dysfunctional way of being on the planet. And so how is it that if this is a way of looking at a death cycle, because I believe it is, if we look, for example, at the mass extinction of species that is happening on the planet right now, or the ocean death. I just spent a week with the whales in Baja California, and it's so beautiful to still be able to commune with them. However, their livelihood is at risk. And the species that are facing extinction right now is at such a level that they're calling it the 6th mass extinction in terms of the entire history of our planet. And this one could be among the worst of all, where upwards of 90 to 95% of life on Earth could face extinction. So if we are living on such a planet now, and we see young people in desperate situations, we need to look at how is it that we contributed to that, and what are the radical ways of change that we need to be about to really shift so that we become more life-affirming in this death cycle.
This radical change that we need to be ready for, that we need to access so that we're not fucking up things even more. And so to be able to sense into that, isn't there a need? Is it like for us to understand who we are and to understand and feel ourselves as spiritual beings?
Yes.
Because we are so interconnected. We think that we're separate. We think that, it's our Western world, or it is our white world or segregated world. We think that it's that, but in reality, we're all very much interconnected. We really influence each other. We really play off of each other. And part of the reason, I think, for not acting in our dogs are being invited to for their dinner. So part of the reasons why this is not happening is the separation that we have had as human beings from who we truly are. So where do we start from? Of course, to start with looking at the kids, absolutely, to try to understand, to look at our history, absolutely. But really, like Socrates said, to know thyself. And the Buddha said, turn the light inwardly. So if we don't understand who we are, if we don't feel our light, our illuminated nature, then how can we're going to throw ourselves into despair. We're going to be polarized. And like our action or our activism will not come from a place of knowledge, of real gnosis. It will come from a place of even more separation and blindfolds.
Yes, Vivi. And when you speak of those of us who've been activists, I've dedicated decades of my life to trying to bring change through active work in social justice and peacemaking, and basically protesting the dominant paradigm, which is much more focused on militarism or contamination of the planet, which is killing our life support system. So I have a history of putting my life on the line through long-term fasting or being arrested. And my family has suffered very personally in terms of being tortured, or my cousin, who was 6 months older than I, at age 24, he was killed by US policy in Nicaragua. And so I felt the bloodshed directly, and therefore dedicated much of my life to trying to bring change. And more recently, I've discovered that the way that I have done activism had significance at that time. But now what I believe we need to do is something that our dear friend and colleague, Bayo Akomolafe, invites us to do, and he calls it post-activism. And really, he's asking us, he's inviting us to look at the way that we have been trying to bring about change. Is it really leading to a life-affirming world? Are the systems able to be changed to a degree that will bring about profound transformation? And I love that you bring up the fact that we are all absolutely intimately intertwined and interconnected, Vivi. We are all in this together. We are the very ones who we try to bring change. There is a part of those who are training torture at the School of the Americas that we too are complicit in. And so we can easily point the finger, but what is it that we too have been doing that also contributes to that? So this is the way that our friend Bayo, who I'm so glad that you've invited to be part of this conversation, he is asking us to radically transform our vision of what activism has been aiming to do. And if we do not do that, we ourselves get converted into the enemy that we have been fighting. And so,
okay. So then, what do you mean? Like, what kind of activist is the activism that, I'm going to rephrase that. So I'd like to understand, what is the activism that is not timely anymore? The activism that you have been involved in. I know for the time that I know you, you've done a serious fast in front of the White House for 55 days, risked your life. And so I know you did it out of love and because you wanted to draw attention to subjects that involved equality and fairness and the stopping of torture. And so are we saying that this kind of activism was for naught and hasn't produced results and therefore we're moving, or it's like an evolution? What is it that we're talking about when we say there's a need for post activism?
I think one concept that captures it very clearly comes from Buddhist theology, which, as the little that I know, but there's this phrase that has to do with being so attached to the fruit of our action that we end up solely focusing on the result and not on the process of being life-affirming in the meantime. And so to be so attached to the fruits of our action keeps us in the attachment mode rather than, so if we're only focused on the solution, if we're only focused on the end product of what activism asks us to do. For instance, you're right, I fasted long-term in front of the White House trying to bring change of US policy in Vieques, Puerto Rico, that had been, the US Navy had been bombing Vieques for 60 years in military maneuvers as practice without looking at the cause to the people on the island who were suffering high incidence of cancer and the killing of the species on that island. So we, in a movement, and actually we succeeded because we stopped the Navy bombing after 60 years, which was incredible. However, if we are only focused on the end results, then we get stuck in the attachment to it. And then we even go so far as to become the enemies that we are trying to change. And so when Bayo invites us to look at post-activism, I believe he's asking us to shift our ways of thinking in terms of seeking the result in such a radical way that it really then looks at how we have also been participants and complicit in the very in the very pathology that we're trying to change. And so we become less judgmental and we become more life affirming. So basically, it's this huge shift that has to take place in terms of just focusing on peacemaking or focusing on justice, and to look at the process by which we can be involved in means making and not only in focusing on the ends, because ultimately the end is focused. I'm sorry, the end is affected by the means that we use to get there. And so basically we have to be involved in a consistent and authentic way in change making by being the change that we seek to bring about.
So what you're talking about, if I may reiterate in a way that I understand it, is that, I keep asking my teachers, the spiritual teachers that I've been following and admire and respect. And one time I asked my teacher, Reb, my Zen teacher, and I said, what about activism? We're talking about the path and seeing and sensing and feeling our interconnectedness, and also the path of the bodhisattva, the person who acts with a lot of love on the planet. And I said, what about activism? And what he said is like that a lot of our activism, the way that it happens is that we act from out here, just listening or just following, or just like we get enthusiastic about a cause and we go out there and then we just repeat what's being said. And what he was talking about is like to be here and to understand and to act and to be centered from here. And so is that what we're talking about? And, okay, I understand that if, we're talking about this, but it's the same thing that maybe Thich Nhat Hanh is talking about understanding our interconnectedness, feeling it, coming to our center, coming to the present moment, meditating, and then we see how we're all interconnected. So, what is the word that's bothering us? Is it the word activism and post-activism? It's like all of activism. This is what it's been through the ages, through teachers that and people who have been engaged. That's Gandhi. Heroes of any revolution, didn't they act from here?
I think what you're saying is so important, because mentioning Thich Nhat Hanh is really invoking his spirit in a way that I think Bayo Akomolafe really clarifies when he talks about post-activism. So it's about being the change that we seek to bring about, being it in ourselves with integrity, and living that as an example, more than just pointing the finger at the change that needs to happen through our activism. So that's one way to look at it. And this is a big shift that I've gone through, Vivi. You've known me all of these decades, and you've known many of the struggles that I've been involved with. And I am honored that I was part of so many of those, because it really brought me to where I am now. And I'm really very much interested in the most profound change that is needed on our planet in order for us to survive. In some ways, if we're honest with ourselves, our species is headed toward collective suicide. That is the way we are moving, because we are killing the life support system of the planet itself. So to talk about being activists in this kind of a world really needs to shift, because the way we have been trying to bring about change has only led us to the crisis becoming more and more acute. And so this kind of change that we are invited to look at needs to look at you refer to the young people, John. Look at the young people and see the crises that they are going through and say, why is it that they are in crisis? And what is it that we have done to cause that? And maybe we need to become more profoundly into a crisis situation in order to become more aware of what we have brought into the world in terms of the way that we are headed towards suicide. So how to become life affirming in the death cycle is a very critical question. And if we are only focused on the results, we may not survive as a species. And we may not survive anyway. In some ways, I have more and more respect for those who are seeing what the latest climate change report came from the United Nations. They basically said that we're heading toward all of these tipping points that are basically going beyond the point of no return, meaning that there will be no way for us to shift the oceans from rising. They will rise no matter what we do anyway. And so if that is our reality, then we have to look at the depth of what it means in terms of the life, death, rebirth cycle. Then we don't necessarily just focus on the pathology of what is bringing about this radical death making and species extinction on the planet. We start to live in our own small way, in the most life-affirming way that we can, while we can, not even knowing if we will survive, but knowing that these little pockets of hope that we live end up nourishing, and through the butterfly effect, you know, the little actions that we take, and you know this, Vivi, in knowing that because we are all so intimately connected with one another, when we engage in love at the smallest level, it can be transformative at the cosmic level. And so those are the kinds of ways that we need to live our spirituality, our activism, and our post-activism.
Are you saying to get real? Is what you're talking about is like get real with what the situation is, get real with our practice, get real with what's happening, and get real with this. There's this story in Zen about the man who's in the jungle, and he comes, he's been chased by a tiger. And so he goes off the cliff, and he's hanging there for dear life. And he sees up above, and he sees the tiger ready to jump on him. And he sees down below, and there's another tiger there waiting for him to fall and he's going to be lunched. And then he looks at where he's at, and he sees a strawberry, wild strawberry, and he just picks up the strawberry and he tastes it. And it's like, is that what we're talking about?
That is a beautiful, beautiful story, Vivi. And it's absolutely apropos. It is exactly speaking to the theme that we are touching on. Because basically, we need to live the taste of the strawberry in every moment while we are facing the tigers who will eat us. That's exactly what's happening. And to the degree that we are honest about what is real, to the degree that we look deeply into the truth of what we're facing, and that we honor the young people who are going through crises because we have put them in that situation, that we ourselves are in that situation, to the degree that we do go ahead and taste the strawberry, then we are being life affirming in the death cycle.
Okay, I'll come to the present moment, as present as we can be. And what my friend and companion in that, Esther, said today is like, let's ask ourselves, what is it that keeps us up at night, right? And what is it that gives us hope when we wake up in the morning? So can I pose that question?
Oh, you mean what gets us through the night?
Yes.
Well, just
What keeps us up is something that disturbs us, right? Is that what you mean?
But yeah, like what is it that we're now concerned about? And how do we go on?
The way that I believe we need to go on is to look at the perspective and to shift our perspectives in order to see that even though the crisis seems so overwhelming, that there will always be rebirth. So if we look at the cosmic level, we know that planets come and go. We know that species come and go. We know that life itself, our own lives, in fact, when we are born, it is already a death sentence. And that's very, it's not very common that you go to a ward of the hospital where all of these babies are, and you look at all of them and you realize they've all been sentenced to death. And it's true. So death becomes a part of it. But how so? It's the whole cycle, which not only ends in death, but it moves toward rebirth and life again, which then goes back to death. And so the question is, how is it that we continue to taste that strawberry while we are alive? How is it that we can be life affirming at every level in our local lives and in our societal ways that we are part of the problem itself, or in the way that we are trying to seek change in any given situation? How is it that we can live love and justice and therefore taste the strawberry every moment along the way?
Andrés, you beautifully describe that the cycle of birth and death, and that it's ongoing, and it's the nature of life, the way that it appears to our eyes anyway. And so the Heart Sutra in Buddhism, it says there is no birth and there is no death. And how can we realize all that unless we really own our spirituality? And I know words are like dangerous, and some people are not interested in our these concepts that we're talking about here: spirituality, activism, post-activism, sustainability, earth, connection with the earth. What I see, 90% of the people who, I'm talking to, they're not interested. They're interested in more like survival or gratification for the day. So, okay, we go back. I'm going back to that. Like what we're talking about, I'm sorry, but it's nothing new. The Buddha talked about all this 2,500 years ago. So I hear you. And what you're saying is get serious, look at it in a serious way, and like really try to find that truth within ourselves, whichever way that it works for us, whether it is through walking in nature, through swimming, through meditating, through reading, through conversing. But we are spiritual, energetic beings. We are expressions of what this universe is about. Somehow we have to sense it and feel it. And it's not, of course, words cannot touch it. As Dogen said, of course, we cannot talk about it, but we're talking about it to inspire ourselves, to open up that curtain again, because we are beings that communicate. We're communicating beings. So I think that's why. What do you think, John?
I think we're dealing too much in abstractions. I think the Eastern emphasis on personal enlightenment is very important. But then there was the great Western tradition of revolution. And I think the way the world is heading, I think we have maybe 10 or 15 years left before it either ends in ecological collapse, as you pointed out, I think, or nuclear apocalypse. And there has to be a big change. A number of more and more critics, thinkers are saying, we just can't say, I'm going to drive a Prius and recycle and contemplate my navel, and the world is going to be a beautiful place. We have to do something. The forces arrayed against enlightenment, against sustainability, against knowledge. Right now, I'm writing an essay about book burners in the United States. The forces are very, very fierce and relentless. And so we talked a lot about abstractions, but what can we do concretely to really make the world a better place? And I speak as someone who I don't really have many answers, if any. I'm just pointing out that it's a serious problem, and you've spoken very well, Andrés, about the environmental crisis, the ecological crisis. There are other crises too. I just read that soon, well more than half of the world's population just won't have access to safe drinking water. What are we going to do about that? And we can sit here and say, we're going to meditate. Great, but it's not going to give people fresh water.
What are you going to do that's going to give people fresh water?
I don't know. There has to be a revolution. There has to be a turning over.
Yeah,
There has to be a major
but
change
if you
somehow.
act from a place of upset, are you really going to do anything about it? Like
Not upset, indignation.
even indignation. If it is only
It's useful
that, if
at
it-
times.
yes, but if it's only that that's driving us, then what we do is we lose sleep, we bite our nails, we become ineffective. So we cannot be effective until we come to our agency, our reality. Know thyself.
Well,
And I'm not saying don't act, but I'm saying if I am out there, how will I act? If I'm going crazy and I lose sleep, how will I act? And how will I act when, as you all said, is like when I'm here and I'm connected, and what some of the teachers we talked about, the yoga teachers and the embodied movement teachers, is like what they say is like, let's feel our body right now. We all carry this trauma, the trauma of our ancestors, the trauma of colonization, of war, of everything that happened. So we have it inside us. By saying that these things are happening and we got to go out there and do something about making sure that we take care of the drinking water problem, then we're just talking. We're still just talking. The way I look at it is like, let's look at the trauma here. Let's feel it. Let's embody it. Let's move from that, we cannot move from a fresh perspective until we're really here, present in our drama.
a quick addendum. Andrés talked about a wonderful thing. You were part of a movement that finally stopped the U.S. Navy from bombing the hell out of Vieques, Puerto Rico. Imagine something, that's a small movement, but a powerful one. It stopped something deadly. Imagine that on a bigger scale. Imagine a movement that would maybe compel governments to say, like the government of Costa Rica or what other country doesn't have a military, we just don't need to have a military. Let's rethink the whole idea of war and imperialism. So I think what you accomplished is an example on a small scale of what needs to be accomplished on a much larger scale.
It's true, John. It's very, very true. Those accomplishments need to be celebrated because it helps us recommit to being life affirming. And I also want to celebrate what Vivi has shared, because if we do not have a practice within our own lives, whatever way we choose to have that practice, which is very much more spiritual and very much more focused on the oneness of who we all are. Not just one as a human species, we're talking oneness with all life, but even oneness with all of the cosmos itself. At the quantum level, there is no separation. If we could understand that, then we would know that we are truly, truly all one. And the way to really get to that awareness is to have a daily practice. And that's what I think is so beautiful about this month-long Thrive education and emphasis and focus around how we can all learn to be more integral with ourselves at this deeply personal level, but also at a more political level, a societal level, a level that does seek to be changed, and also to look at how we've been trying to do that change and to criticize it, and to be very self-critical about it, and to look at, is anything that we do going to change the fact of what you said just now, John, that we only have 10, 15 years to live, okay? Is anything that we do, even organizing another Vieques movement to stop the bombing of the US Navy for 60 years, if we even escalate that in terms of its impact to a global level, are we going to do enough activism-wise to make the planet, to make life survive on the planet, or our species anyway? Or so basically, if we're only linked to the results that we did achieve in Vieques, and of course, if you look at much more profound, just because the Navy stopped the bombing didn't mean that all the problems went away, of course, right? But even so, when we have these successes, celebrate. Yes. But that should not tie us. It should not make us cling to the focus of our activism only on the result. Because if we do that, then we end up being part of the problem. We have to realize that the oneness that exists it means that we are the ones who are the perpetrators ourselves. And so the way to really gain a deeper understanding is to have a daily practice around clearly focusing on how we are absolutely and intimately interconnected.
I had a number of years ago, I had a young student who was concerned about, she was not sure what to do in the world. So we were studying Gary Snyder, the California Buddhist poet who's still alive, as far as I know. And so she sent him a letter asking him, I'm 18 years old, what can I do? And he wrote back, including a part of one of his poems. He said, learn the flowers, go lightly, stay together. So ecological knowledge, reduce your imprint on the earth and form a community, and thrive is sort of like that last part, which is people coming together and forming a community. Physically it's provisional, but spiritually it's lasting. And he also said, did we lose someone? Is Andrés still there?
You can go on.
He also wrote back saying, find your place on the planet, dig in, and take responsibility from there, which is kind of what Vivi and Raj are doing here at Zen Rocks. This is their place on the planet, and they're trying to take as much responsibility as they can for this piece of land on Earth.
I want to say that it's very joyful to be talking to you and to you, Andrés.
You can't see Andrés right now.
Yeah.
Where are you?
So it's okay. I will say that again because it's going to be edited out.
Yeah.
So I want to say that it's very joyful to hear you talk, Andrés, and also you, John. And we have our different paths on this earth. We're all doing very different things, but in a way we really honor each other, and we're in constant dialogue, the three of us. And I really honor that. And coming back to what we were talking about, and I'm going to say my piece before we say goodbye here, is we're talking about truth, like the truth of destruction, the truth of unfairness, the truth of war, the truth of whatever is happening. And truth is universal, it's objective. Like there's the ultimate truth, which is universal and objective. And who we are a microcosm of the macrocosm. So whatever is happening, it's here for us, and truth is here for us right now. And so from just my personal perspective is to embody this truth, to feel this truth is the only thing that we can do. Like we cannot go out there and affect change, but to be true to my body, to what's happening here right now, this is what we can do. And this is what some of the teachers are doing here, and what they're sharing here is like, come to the body, feel the fear, feel the depression, feel the pain, feel whatever is happening. And from that place, which is unmistakable because it's nature speaking through our heart, act from there, embody, cry, jump, dance, whatever, like from the body, from the wisdom of what's happening here now, we're going to find our truth and speak our truth. And if it only lasts for a half an hour, for a month, for whatever, it's going to be being connected with the truth and active from there. And also you talked about young people and seeing why young people are so disinterested or disengaged. It's because we haven't been feeling our truth and acting our truth, not in education, not in religion, not in political systems. We're saying one thing and we do something different. So for young people to trust us, we got to be able to be in our bodies and true to our bodies. And that's how I look at it, like to be to help each other, to be embodied, to be honest, and to see what's happening and approach it. We need support to approach it. You have a different way of doing it. I have a different way of doing it, and you, Andrés, well, Watson, how wonderful. But if we have different ways, if we have different views, we need to, I like the Thich Nhat Hanh way of always encouraging, always supporting, always compassionate towards everyone, like seeing where they are, where they're coming from. And more than anything, and the Dalai Lama, the same way, the wisdom of compassion, how to come to whatever is happening here and around with compassion. Okay. So my dear friends, it's wonderful to reconnect with you and to be talking about all this. We are all different, but what unites us is that we have a deep trust and a deep sense of friendship. And we express ourselves with different life paths, and there are different things that make us tick, right? Like for John, it's being in nature, it's fitness, it's doing athletic things. For you, Andresito is being one with people in activist movements, in nature, going with the whales and breathing. And for me, it's trying to connect with the spiritual path and also by bringing people together. That's my biggest joy in life, to get people together. So we all come from different paths, but what I'd like to honor is that the way out is in, as they say in that, in the Thich Nhat Hanh tradition. And so inwardly is the truth that is our truth, but also the truth of nature, the truth of how our system works, the truth of how we're part of all of this. And so, yes, there is a relative truth and there is an ultimate truth. There is an absolute truth where how the planets are moving and what's happening. And for that actually is reflected here. And the only way for us to do anything at all is to connect with our truth, to come to this truth. And so the teachers that are teaching here, the teachers that are invited, what they're talking about is like with great sensitivity, they're saying, well, let's come to our body. Let's embody what's happening. There's pain, absolutely. There's stress, there's trauma, generational, that comes from our background, that comes from our history. Can we really touch upon that? And when we really touch upon it, and when we know how to embrace it, how to have compassion about it, then we can speak from our truth. And the way that we speak from the truth is we need the support of each other. Of course, dismantle the system. Of course, start something new. But in doing that, can we maintain our friendship, our love, our hope, our being hopeful? Because I cannot function in a place that only sees what's wrong and criticizes and condemns. I need your support in order to keep going. The place that we build here, it's a little paradise, but nature supported us. So many beings supported us. Every being who's around now, our dogs, the cats, the owls that are flying around here, the people who are contributing to this every day. We don't do anything alone. We do it with each other, and we have to have a supportive way of coming together. The way we talk today, we didn't talk about, just nice things. We talked about really some of the things that are happening that make me sad at night and sometimes unable to sleep. But to talk in a way that we can hear each other and we can support each other to do all that we can do to be where we need to be. And for me, that way is to be embodied and to be here with presence and to feel our interconnectedness and to draw joy, even like the guy with the strawberry. That's what keeps me going, is like, I am that person with the strawberry, right? I went through a big health crisis and I didn't know I would be alive tomorrow. That was my attitude then, and this is my attitude now. Let's come together and do the best that we can do right now and support each other to do the best that we can do. And this
Yes,
is what
Vivi,
Thrive is about.
You very much are that person with the strawberry, Vivi. But you know something else? You are the strawberry. And this is really where it's at. It's like, how can we continue to be the strawberry for all of us who are facing the tigers above and below? How can we face this planet, as John tells us, may only have 10 to 15 years of possibility of life being sustained on Earth? You know, how can we face those tigers? Well, the way to face it is to be the person taking the strawberry in, and also to be the strawberry. And I really love your reference to the need to look at deeply what is the truth. And I just want to share something very personal. You know, I'm talking to you from Guatemala in a town called San Lucas Toliman, which is one of the villages on the lake of Lake Atitlan, which is a volcanic paradise. And I invite any of those who come, who are listening, to come here. I opened a guest house, and you'd be most welcome. So I hope some of you will, in fact, take up that invitation. But what is the name of the house that we chose? Well, the name is coming from the Mayan Cachiquel tradition, the local Mayan language. And the name that we chose is Katzich. And Katzich, I like to translate as impeccable word. It means that we live by our words so fully that we counter all of the deception that has led us to the crisis on the planet. And when we look at truth so deeply, it means that we also look at how dark the truth is and how desperate things are on our beautiful planet right now. And it also means looking at the truth of how we can be the strawberry, how we can nourish others, and how we can be the ones who are also being nourished, even though we face the tigers above and below.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
Andrés, great talking with you.
Likewise, John.
Thank you, Andresito.
Hello, everyone. This is Esther again, live from Zen Roxmani at the Thrive online gathering. So thank you so much for being with us today. And if you've been with us, and I know some of you have, thank you so much for being with us from the first day. We are now at our third day, and we have one more day to go with this online festival gathering. So before we begin, I'm just going to share a little bit about the practice. This is a practice that stems from the traditions, of course, of India, which is where the yoga practices come from. But they were created by two founders from the US, Sharon Gannon and David Life. The practice is called Jiva Mukti Yoga. It is a bit of a vigorous vinyasa format, and there are what is called 14 points. You don't need to know them, but just to know that this is a slightly modified version. The class will be about an hour, and I see some people setting up. So let's see. If you don't have a mat, that's okay. I see some of you are outdoors. If you don't have a mat, if you have blocks or any props to help you, that would be also great. If you don't, no worries. And as I mentioned, it is a vigorous practice. And so in my able body of this body, I'm able to do certain things. You do what you can. It is a bit faster moving, and there will be sound, there will be music. So there are what is called 5 tenets in the Jiva Mukti Yoga practice. The first one is ahimsa. Ahimsa is non-violence or non-harming or even kindness. And the second is Shastra. It is a study of the scriptures, specifically yogic texts. The third is Bhakti Yoga, which is devotion. It's another practice of yoga. The fourth is Nada Yoga, the yoga of sound. And so you will hear music playing. If it gets too loud, you can put it on the chat. We can lower the volume. And I can also try to speak up as well. And number 5 is dhyana. Dhyana is meditation, which we'll do towards the end of the practice. Okay, so I'm just going to say hi to some of you. I don't see familiar names yet, but I can mostly see just a few faces. So first of all, again, thank you for joining. It'll be great practice, and it is being recorded. So if you're not able to do it now, you'll be able to do it later. All right, so to begin, I'm going to take a seat. I'm going to face in another direction. Okay. So you can sit or stand, you can even lie down. We're going to begin the class chanting Om. It is a sound of 3 syllables, A, U, and M. We'll do that 3 times. We'll breathe in. You can bring your palms together or just leave them aside. Exhale all the air out. On the next inhale, we'll chant Om. 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 Thank you for joining me in that. Even if you did not chant, the vibrations of the sounds do enter us through our porous skin. So as I mentioned, it is a bit of a vigorous practice. I will share some alignment cues, and of course, take as many modifications as you need. If at any moment you need to rest, you're free to also come into what is called a child's seat. Yeah? And I will show you what child's seat is briefly. Knees either together or slightly apart, and arms forward, head down, or arms behind. So it's a nice way to find some rest in between. And also, as I was saying, things will be modified. So if you see me doing things, I've been doing this for a long time. So feel no pressure to have to do, there's no right or wrong way, aside from hurting ourselves. Yeah, so we're trying to avoid this. And also a couple other tips would be that I will be speaking in English and also in the language of Sanskrit. It is the ancient language of yoga. And so I will be saying certain things. If you're unfamiliar with them, you can also just watch the camera. Yeah. And since I won't be watching you, I won't be giving you any modification cues, so which I normally do in my classes, but instead I'll be focusing just on what I'm doing. Yeah. Okay, and so with that said, I think we can get started. All right. So one of the things that we do in a Jiva Mukti yoga class is set an intention. So the music will be cued just after that. And so an intention could be perhaps a dedication. So for me, my I don't usually say it out loud, but my intention for this practice or my dedication to this practice is to each of you for joining in your presence. You can bring your palms to join, or again, you can just, you do the thing that feels right for you in your body and in your heart. And we set an intention so that it is not just a physical exercise, which has many benefits, but it begins to connect our mind, our body, and our heart into this union. Take just one more moment, connecting with your breath. And just begin to notice the quality of your breath. You can release your arms alongside the body. You're going to come to step at the front edge of your mat, or whatever would be a mat. So I will use mat, but in case you don't have a mat, that's okay. If you're familiar with chair yoga and perhaps you already have a practice, you're welcome to join us, whichever shape and form you can join. Arms alongside the body, pressing into the feet, feet together or slightly apart. Inhale, reach your palms over your head, gaze up. Exhale, fold over. If you need to bend the knees, do so. Let the head relax. Inhale to just a half lift. Exhale, bend the knees, palms down. Step the right leg back into a lunge. Step the left leg back to a plank. And lower down knees, chest, and chin. Point the toes, slide forward into Bhujangasana Cobra. Exhale, tuck toes, sit all the way back. Then extend the legs, downward facing up. Stay for 5 breaths and hold push up. Your gaze is between your feet or even at your navel. Shoulders away from the ears. And so we just take a moment to come to our breath. Feeling the strength in our body and our arms. And again, at any moment, you need to lower the knees and come into a child's pose. You're invited to do so. One more breath, breathe in. And breathing out. Inhale, bend the knees, step the right foot forward. Between the hands, make a few steps if needed. And then step the left foot forward to meet the right. We fold over the leg, Uttanasana. Inhale, reach all the way up. Press the palms, lift the gaze. And exhale, arms alongside the body, Tadasana. We'll do that again. Inhale, reach your palms up. And exhale, you move in with the breath. Inhale, just a half lift. And exhale, bend the knees, palms down. Step the opposite back. And the other leg back to a plank. Lower knees, chest, and chin to the floor. Point the toes. Inhale, slide forward into Cobra Bhujangasana. Exhale, tuck toes, sit all the way back. Then extend the legs to downward facing dog. Adho Mukha Svanasana. Breathe in. Breathing out. This is your first downward dog or second. Feel free to bend the knees. Shift the hips a bit side to side. And then whenever you feel you've gotten that energy out, feel free to find that stillness. We're not stiff. There's an inner stillness. Breathe in. Breathing out. We have that Ujjayi breath. What is that? That is a victorious breath. It is a sound of the wave. With the mouth closed, breathing in through the nose, bend the knees, look forward. Step the left foot forward between the hands, look up. Step the right foot forward and fold over the leg. Extend as much as you can. Inhale, reach all the way. So you extend, try to reach for the sky. And exhale, arms alongside the body. Again, inhale, reach your palms up. It'll be slightly different. Exhale, forward and down. Uttanasana. Tan is a stretch. Inhale to a half lift. And exhale, either step or jump back to Chaturanga or knees, chest, chin. Inhale, upward facing dog or cobra. And exhale for downward facing dog. Breathe in. Breathing out. 1.
Again, 5 breaths here. Inhale. Exhale for 2. Breathe in. Breathe out for 3. Just a couple more. Inhale. Exhale for 4. Keep the gaze steady. 1 more breath. Breathe in. Breathing out, bend the knees, look forward. You're gonna hop or step your feet between the hands, look up to a half lift. And on the exhale, fold, Uttanasana. Inhale, reach all the way up, press the palms, lift the gaze. Exhale, arms alongside the body. That is a Surya Namaskar A with variations. Moving on to Sun Salutation, Surya Namaskar B. Inhale deeply, bend the knees, reach the arms up, extend the chest. Exhale, fold over, extend over the legs. Inhale again, half lift. Exhale, step or jump back. Chaturanga Dandasana or knees chest chin. Inhale, upward facing dog, gaze. Exhale, downward facing dog. Inhale, step the right foot forward between the hands, back heel down, warrior 1. So this is the Virabhadrasana. Exhale, palms down, step back. At any moment, you can skip the vinyasa. Inhale, upward facing Urdhva Mukha. Exhale, downward facing dog. Inhale, left foot forward between the hand, back heel down, warrior 1. Exhale, palms down, step back into that plank, then lower in your vinyasa. Inhale, upward facing Urdhva Mukha, and exhale, downward facing dog. Catch your breath. I know I am. So we always start with some sort of vinyasa where there's that constant movement, connection with the breath, and that intention. So we bring all of this together. Breathe in, breathing out. Couple more. Breathe in, breathing out. And remember, you can always lift the heels slightly. 1 more breath. Breathe in. Breathing out, bend the knees. It's high. Exhale, bend the knees. Look forward, look up to a half lift. And exhale, fold. Again, bend the knees deeply. Reach the arms up. Chair seat. Exhale, come to stand. Tadasana. We'll do 1 more just like that. Inhale deeply, bend the knees. Reach the arms up. And exhale, fold, extend as much as you can. Head soft. Inhale, heart lift. Exhale, Chaturanga Dandasana. Inhale, upward facing Urdhva Mukha. And exhale, downward facing up. Inhale, right foot forward, back heel down. Virabhadrasana 1, so warrior 1. Exhale, palms down. Take your vinyasa. Inhale, upward facing dog. Exhale, downward dog. Last one, left foot forward, back heel to the mat. Warrior 1. Exhale, palms down. Slowly lower. Chaturanga Dandasana. Inhale, upward facing. Then exhale, hips back and up. Downward facing dog. Catch your breath. Inhale. And exhale. So you should feel perhaps the warmth in the body created by the Surya Namaskar. I definitely do. And as I'm practicing outside, I really feel the elements. The warmth from my body in contact with the warmth of the sun and the breeze. So whether you're outside or inside, just begin to feel the sensation and the environment around you. Yoga is a practice of connection, of a connection to the earth and all beings. 1 more breath. Breathe in. Breathe out, bend the knees, look forward. Inhale, lightly step or hop your feet between the hands. Look up half lift. And exhale, fold. Inhale, deeply bend the knees, reach the arms up. Gaze up. Exhale, arms alongside the body. We're going to move from here. Open your feet about inner hip width distance or even wider apart. You can have a generous generous stance. Hands to the hips, and we just kind of lengthen the front of the body. Exhale, fold over. You're gonna grab your big toes with your peace fingers. And first, again, we inhale, we lengthen the body to have space for the breath. On the exhale, we fold. If you need to, feel free to bend the knees as much as you need. For others, you can extend the legs. Elbows are out to the side. You can even shake your head a little bit. No, no, no. Yes, yes, yes. Maybe. And again, yes, yes, yes. I like to end on the yes. One more breath. Breathe in. And breathe out. Inhale, just extend the heart forward. Now bend the knees, step on your hand. If this feels like a lot, you can bend the knees really generously. And for others of you, you can begin to extend the legs. And notice how the hips move back. Try to shift the hips forward. And so these are postures, these are asanas, these are seats that take various shapes, sometimes animals, sometimes elements, sometimes sages and rishis. So there's so much to these asana practice that connects to something beyond just our physical self. Breathe in and breathing out. Bend the knees, release your hands, bring your hands to your hips and just extend the legs. Perhaps you arch the back and you gaze up. And on the exhale, you come back, feet together. Inhale, we're gonna keep it going. Reach your palms up and exhale, fold over the leg. Inhale to a half lift and exhale, jump or step back to a vinyasa. Inhale, upward facing, really press the palms, open the heart. Exhale, downward facing dog. Inhale, right foot forward, back heel to the mat. Warrior one as a transition. Then exhale, open arms and hips for warrior two. You inhale, extend the front leg. We go into Trikonasana, to triangle asana. You place the palm down, the opposite arm up. And so with this right hand, it's quite light. Yes, I'm not slouching down. There's a lengthening that's happening. I'm trying to reach for the sky. I'm grounded in my feet. And of course, I do feel that stretch that is happening, but it's also happening in my breath. Breathe in, breathing out. The gaze could be to the side. It could be up. You just want the neck to be in a comfortable place. 2 more breaths. Breathe in. Breathing out. 1 more. And exhale. On the inhale, we come all the way up. Exhale, bend the front knee, warrior one. Let's make it dynamic. Inhale, extend the front leg straight. Exhale, bend. See if you can sit a little bit lower. Inhale, extend. Exhaling, bend. Let's do that 1 more time. Inhale, extend. And exhaling, bend. Now we hold. Yeah. Again, it is that stillness that we're looking for on the inside with our breath. And so these asanas are challenging, and that's what they're meant to do. My gaze, where am I looking? I'm looking towards, even past my palm, my right palm, which is in front. And in this way, I have a vision beyond just my physical self. It includes the environment around me. Inhale, extend. And exhale, rebend the front knee, right hand outside of the right foot on the floor, or place it on a block if you have. Bring the left arm over the left ear. This is side angle A. You can gaze to the side, or you can gaze maybe to the inner left eye of the elbow or to the left palm. For 3, for 2, and 1. Inhale, we drop the palm down, frame the front foot, step back to a plank, and lower knees, chest, chin, or Chaturanga Dandasana. Inhale, Urdhva Mukha, upward facing. Exhale, downward facing dog. Inhale, left foot forward, back heel to the mat. Warrior one. And just as a transition, warrior two. Inhale, extend the front leg straight. And then you lengthen. You try to find that space. And lower left palm down, right palm straight up. And again, if you need to have a micro bend in the knee, feel free to do so. You can always place the palm on a block. Books are great. Breathe in. Breathing out. Couple more together. Inhale. Exhale. Last one. Breathe in. Breathing out. Inhale, we come all the way up. Exhale, you bend that front knee. Inhale, extend and lengthen. Exhale, rebend. See if you can go a little bit deeper. Inhale, extend. Exhaling, bend. Two more. Inhale, extend. Exhaling, bend. Last one. And then we pause. Inhale. Exhale, we hold. And so these warrior one, warrior two postures, these seats, they take quite a lot of strength. And sometimes I like to even imagine. And when I really care for, just lightly sitting at the tips of my fingers. And that way I get to hold them in my gaze and in my heart. And somehow I feel like this is more than just for me. One more breath. Breathe in. And breathing out. Inhale, extend. Exhale, rebend. We're going to do side angle A on the opposite side. Reach the left palm down, right arm over the ear. And again, the gaze where you're looking, it's called drishti in Sanskrit. It could be to the side, or maybe even you rotate the chest slightly. Gaze at the eye of the elbow, or even the right palm. Breathe in. Breathing out. Feeling the weight in the feet as much as the palm. For two. And one. Inhale, lower the right palm down. Step back into a plank position and lower your vinyasa. Inhale, upward facing. And exhale, downward facing. Bring your right hands closer to your left palm. And begin to extend the right leg back and up. Lift the left heel up. Just find that stretch in the back of the left leg. And on the inhale, you're going to step the right foot outside of the right palm. And begin to just adjust. We're coming into a lizard pain. Just for a few breaths. See if you can really track that right knee over the right ankle. The palms pressing, fingers spread, gaze is soft. The back of the head is long, and my shoulders are spread apart. So there's so much action in this posture, in this seat. And at the same time, there's a lightness. Lightness in the mind and in the heart. One more breath. Breathe in. And breathing out. Begin to turn the hands. I'm going to face the camera now. And then from this place, I like to align the back of my heels with the back edge of the mat. From here, I gaze up. And then on the exhale, I grab the big toe, similar to what we did earlier in Padangusthasana. And I just drop my head down. Perhaps my head reaches the floor. If yours doesn't, that's okay. The idea is that we want to feel this forward fold sensation. Sometimes it's also nice to place blocks or props to bring the floor to us. And so again, you begin to just notice the weight on your feet. Can you shift the hips more forward? And just extending that sensation in the back of the legs, the entire back body. Breathe in. Breathing out. Inhale. Exhale. One more breath. Inhale. And exhale. Inhale, extend. Release your toes. Walk your hands forward. Come into a half lift. On the exhale, begin to turn the hands towards the front end of your mat. Right toes forward. Lower the back knee to the floor. We're going to do another twist. Extend the arms up. And on the exhale, palms to the center of the heart. We're going to twist to the right side. You hook the elbow outside of the knee. You press the palms and you find that twist from the navel up. You stay here, or you can begin to extend the back leg off of the floor. Standing final twist. And again, we'll notice that you might feel a little bit wobbly. That's okay. If you fall out of it, just come back in. Your gaze, your drishti, will really support you in that ability to find a bit of balance. So if we just focus on one point, our body can find some stillness. One more breath, breathe in and breathing out. Inhale, place the palms down, lower the back knee to the floor for a moment, and extend the front leg straight. This is like an old school runner stretch. You can slide the foot forward, walk your hands outside of the mat, and fold over the leg. Inhale, lift up, and exhale, fold. 2 more times. Inhale, extend, gaze, lift. Exhale, fold. Last one, inhale, lift. Open through the front body. Exhale, fold. Inhale, gaze forward. Begin to walk your hands forward and then begin to lift the back knee off the floor. We're coming to standing split prep first. So you walk your hands forward. And again, you can come onto your fingertips. Perhaps you have blocks. I flex my left foot. We have a tendency to lift the hip. So you want to really find that inner rotation of the left thigh. Then you can begin to fold over this leg. Only go as far as you can. Try to keep the right leg extended and bring your forehead towards your shin. And again, we're trying to lengthen the spine. So it's okay if the leg is not so high. Mine is not so high, or may feel high to you, but it's something, again, that I've been working on for some time. And some days it's really higher and other times it's not. And that's okay too. 2 more breaths. Breathe in. Breathing out. Feel the strength in that right leg. 1 more breath. Inhale. And exhale. Soften the right knee. Lower the back foot down. Lower back knee to the floor. Point the back toes. Lift the right arm up. Take a nice slow twist. You can stay here, or you can begin to reach the right hand behind you. Bend that back knee. If you catch or hold the foot, you can begin to bring the foot towards your sit bone. All the while, I'm pressing that right foot down. I'm keeping my gaze past my right shoulder. And so I'm not yanking it in. I'm slowly dropping my hips forward and down, continuing with my breath. Again, go only as far as you need for today in this moment. And slowly release the foot. Frame the front foot with both hands. Tuck the back toes, and I lift my right leg back and up again. Lower the right foot down, and let's take a knees, chest, chin. So inhale, float to plank. Lower the knees to the floor. The chest and chin between the palms. Slide forward, point the toes. Bhujangasana, cobra. Exhale, tuck the toes, sit all the way back to a downward facing dog. Bring your left palm closer to the right. Set the left leg back and up. Lift the right heel high. From here, you're going to generously step the left foot forward outside the left palm, coming into that lizard plank. Soft gaze. I'm really using not just the strength of my muscles, but also the support of the joints. So they nicely stack over one another. Breathe in. Breathing out. Couple more together. Inhale. Feel the breath. Exhale. Release. 1 more. Keep extending that back leg. Inhale. And exhale. Good job. Begin to turn the other direction. Now you're going to get a different side of my body. I'm going to align my heels again. I'm going to bring my hands down. And this time I'm going to begin to walk my hands between my feet, or even be beyond it. If this is enough for you today, you stay here. If you can begin to bring the crown of the head towards the floor, do so and draw the hips forward. The palms are really pressing. So what that means is the heels of my palms are connected to the earth. If that's not there today, that's okay. And we're just trying to get that sensation of the forward fold, the hips forward, and that lengthening in the back of those legs. And Some of us could maybe have some tight hamstrings, tight calf muscles. Good. One more breath, breathe in and breathing out. Inhale, walk your hands forward again, find that breath. And on the exhale, you're gonna walk your hands now back to the front edge of the mat, left toes forward, back knee to the floor, so right knee down. It's okay if you're doing the opposite side, you'll be okay. Inhale, you reach the arms up, just to find that extension in the lungs, in the diaphragm. Exhale, palms together. We twist to the left side this time. So I'm gonna come. First, I prepare my body, and I can stay here, or I can begin to extend the back body off the floor. And there's actually that connection. I'm resisting by pressing my left knee into my right palm, my right elbow, excuse me. My palms are also pressing, and I'm trying to lift my chest towards the palm. Breathe in. Breathing out, finding that balance. And again, if you fall out, you can always come back in. 2 more breaths, breathe in. Breathing out, keep the gaze steady. 1 more, inhale. And exhale. Lower the palms down, lower the back knee to the floor. Begin to just extend that front knee. You can slide the foot slightly forward and begin to fold over that left leg. Old school runner stretch. Inhale, gaze and lift. Exhale, round and fold. 1. Inhale, extend and lift. Exhale, bend forward. Inhale, lengthen. Exhale, forward. 1 more breath. Breathe in. And breathing out. Inhale, come all the way up. Walk your hands forward. Bend that front knee. Lift the back knee off the floor. Standing split prep. First, we walk our hands forward and we lift that back leg up. Come onto your fingertips. That gives that really nice opening of the heart. Flex the right foot. Again, we have a tendency to lift the right hip up, to lift the right leg higher. But this is actually, we're squaring the hips. There's an internal rotation of the thigh. And we begin to walk our hands. Again, for today, wherever you are, is exactly where you should be. And I don't mean in life, I just mean in this posture. So we work towards this every day. And we just let the back of the head be long. We lift that back right leg up as high as it can go without overlifting the hip. We lengthen the front of the body as much as the back. And I'm really focusing on that balancing of that left leg. So there's a lot of weight on the foot, but also the palms. They're super active. 1 more breath. Inhale. And exhale. Inhale, I look forward. Soften my front knee. Back foot comes to the floor. I lower the back knee down. Right palm underneath the right shoulder. I open and I gaze up. You can stay here, or you can begin to reach the left palm back, bend that back foot, knee, and bring the foot towards the right heel. Breathe in. Breathing out. It does help to smile. And the asanas, I hope you're enjoying the practice and just feeling the strength and the sensations in the body, which is really what we're really looking to do. I'm just trying to feel alive, get the blood moving, get the heart pumping, and all this awareness that we have, these sensations, we begin to get closer to them. Slowly release. I bring my left palm down, tuck the back toes, and then again, I step the left leg back and up, right where we started. I lower the left foot to meet the right. And we're going to take 1 more float. Inhale, float to plank. Exhale, knees, chest, and chin. Lie forward and point the toes. Cobra. Exhale, tuck toes. Sit all the way back. Then extend the legs. Downward facing dog. Okay. From here, you're going to bend the knees and either walk all the way through to come and sit down, or you can hop all the way through. So bend the knees, you hop, you extend the legs, and let's find a tall and comfortable seat. With the legs extended, I sit up tall. I'm kind of shifting my weight towards the front edge of my sit bones so that I'm not really slouching. Yeah, if you notice yourself slouching, you can always sit on something. Bend the right knee into your chest,
And I like to give it a good squeeze as a connection for me to sit up taller. I'm going to lower the right knee down, bring the sole of the right foot to the root of my left thigh for Janu Shirshasana. And you sit up tall. I inhale a breath. And on the exhale, I fold. I walk my hands forward. A couple options. You can extend the arms. You can hold the shin and the calf. And the idea is that we want to find length in the spine, or you can even either hold the feet or maybe hold the left wrist with the right hand. Breathe in. Breathing out. And depending on your practice or who you practice with or their method and lineage, there's always going to be slight variations. And so this is just one way, this is one method. And even of all the teachers, we do teach it slightly differently. Our personalities come out, the uniqueness and the creativeness of our flows. It really stems from that from that space. Slowly begin to sit up. Begin to draw the right knee into your chest and then cross the right foot outside of the left knee. Ardha Matsyendrasana. You can keep the left leg extended or you can bend that left knee. Not sitting on that left heel, I lift my left arm up. I sit up tall again. So finding that space in the torso. And then I twist. I hook the elbow outside of the knee. I bring my palm behind my back and I begin to twist from the navel up. So that right hand is close to my back. My right arm is extended like a staff. And I gaze. So the idea is that we do look around. We get a sense of the environment that we're in, whether you're outdoors or indoors, in a familiar place or an unfamiliar place. We have that variation to take that moment to look forward and back, up and down, and side to side. Inhaling, come back to center. And then on the exhale, extend the legs. You can shake them out a bit. Bend the other knee, so the left knee into your chest, or whichever side you didn't do. Lower the knee to the floor, bring the foot to the root of the right thigh. I'm going to sit up tall for that inhale, and exhale, I fold over. Again, placing the palms wherever they go, letting the elbows be soft, or maybe you're holding that shin and calf, or you can take a bind, bring your left hand to hold the right wrist. Breathe in. Breathing out. Go more together. Inhale. Exhale. 2. Going to 5. Inhale. Exhale. 3. Keeping that leg active and the foot active. For 4. One more breath. Inhale. Inhale. Center. Come all the way up. Draw the left knee into your chest. Cross that left foot outside of the right knee. You slide the shin in, or you can keep it extended. From here, I lift the arm up, find length in the torso, then I twist. I hook the elbow. If this is a lot, you can also hold the left thigh with the right hand. Breathe in. Breathing out. Inhale. Exhale. So if you did eat something prior to class, I hope the twist isn't too uncomfortable. It is nice to practice, these asanas, these postures on a lighter stomach or even an empty stomach. But really, whenever we can make time for it is really, really great. Taking the time for ourselves, our body, to connect with the earth, the elements around us. And of course, our breath. One more breath. Inhale and exhale. Inhale, you come back to center and you extend the legs. Let's shake the legs out. I'm going to bend the knees, cross, and then slowly just come onto a hands and knees position. So I'll wait for you for just a moment. And I might even adjust my mat because I think it's moved around a little bit. Okay. From here, you're going to just take a couple rounds of cat and cow. Palms underneath the shoulders, knees underneath the hips.
You can point or flex the feet. Inhale, we're going to gaze. And exhaling, ground the spine. Inhale, gaze up. We're just kind of finding this back bend before we go into deeper back bends and the rounding. So working with the spine, we drop the belly, gaze up. And exhale, you round. And from here, you come into a neutral position. You're slowly just going to come back to a plank position. Now, if this is too much, feel free to lower the knees to the floor. But we are going to lower down at a count of 5. So for 5, for 4, for 3, for 2, and 1. Great job. Slowly begin to come into your body on the floor. Reach your arms back, legs and feet together, palms together, crown of the head, lengthening your forehead down. We're going to slowly come into Shalabhasana, locust, lifting the head, legs, and arms. Breathe in. Breathe out. Inhale. Exhale. We just find that contraction at the back of the body. But this is really a strengthener, a muscle strengthener of the back body. For 2. And 1. Slowly release, bring one cheek to the floor, and then rock the hips a little bit side to side. My head is slightly lifted so that the mic does not get crushed. Okay, and we slowly come back, crown of the head forward, forehead down. I reach back as I bend the knees for Dhanurasana bow pose. So I'm going to bring my toes to touch, but they're not necessary. I do that as a way to connect myself. Inhale, lift all the way up. And what we're trying to avoid is feet super wide apart and only go as far as you can. Yeah, so you're kicking and you're resisting, lifting as high as you can. And it's a lot. There's a lot happening. It's a very dynamic asana. So your hamstrings are active, my arms, my legs. And then I slowly release. Bring the other cheek to the floor, toes to touch, heels out to the side. And just again, gently rock the hips to release any tension in the lower back. Forehead down, palms underneath the shoulders. I tuck my toes. I sit all the way back into a child seat. And I walk my palms back to come to stand on my knees for what is called Ustrasana. Ustrasana is a camel seat. And so I recommend doing it with the toes tucked. And we're going to do it step by step. I'm going to bring my palms behind my back, fingers pressing my sacrum down. Yeah? From here, that way I can really activate this part of my body, that front part of my body. As much as it's a back bend, the back, for it to bend, it needs to have an open chest, yeah? And so we open the front body. And what we're gonna do is I lean back. Yeah? This might feel like a lot for you today. So maybe this is what you work on. There's a lot of action happening in the legs. Others of you can begin to, without the head going back first, you reach the hands back simultaneously, and you hold the heels of your feet like a doorknob. This might be where you stop. Others of you can just begin to push the hips forward. If it feels comfortable, begin to drop the head down. I'm going to stay like this again, just so that the mic stays. Breathe in. Breathing out. Inhale. Exhale. And so the heart is opening, the collarbones are wide. There's a smile on my face because there's an ant walking on me. And so that's the beauty of practicing outdoors. There's a lot of elements. Slowly, I come up. I try to gently, there it is. And for now, I'm going to just point the toes, sit on my heels. I close my eyes and rest my palms on my thighs. Just kind of allowing my body to come into a more neutral place, allowing the nervous system to calm down. One more breath. Inhale. And exhale. And so in the Jivamukti method, there is one point that is called Urdhva Dhanurasana. It's full wheel. We do it 3 times. Now I'm going to do it because I'm doing the Jivamukti open class.
But you can also do a variation that I will show, which is called a bridge position. Yeah. So you're going to come to lie down on your back. Bend the knees, place the feet on the floor. Arms alongside the body. And we'll be closing the class soon. So if you begin to get ready, this will be the last major big thing that we do. And so you can lift the hips up, begin to interlace your hands underneath you. And this is bridge. Otherwise, you can bring your palms alongside the ears, pressing into your feet, and you lift up. I find my body is quite warm from this practice. We've done twists, we've done standing asana, done back bends. We stay here for another breath. And then I drop my chin in and I come all the way down. We don't have much time, so I'm going to go for the other two right away. You can do bridge or full wheel Urdhva Dhanurasana. Press down, inhale, you locked up. Breathe in. Breathing out. Extending the arms as much as you can, the legs pressing down. It's super active. I'm also feeling the support of the earth underneath me to lift up a little bit higher and chin into the chest. And let's go all the way down. Third and final wheel. Urdhva Dhanurasana. We got this. Press down and let's lift up together. If you're in bridge, or even if you're just imagining it in your mind, we do it together as a way to support one another. And I couldn't do this without you. I couldn't do this without the earth. I couldn't do this. None of us could have done this without each other for thriving. So one more breath. Inhale. And exhale. Drop my chin in. I come all the way down. I bend the knees into my chest. Good. And I roll up to take a seated posture. Paschimottanasana. It's a seated forward fold. And I extend my legs. You can have your feet slightly bent. I like to lift my arms up to just find that length in the spine. And then I begin to gently fold over the legs. You hold the opposite edges of the feet. Or grab your big toes. Or just let the arms and head and elbows, everything just kind of soften. And if your forward fold looks like this, that's okay. Others of you can bend the knees. The idea is that we find a counter asana, counter seat to those back bends. Breathe in. Breathing out. See if you can make the breath a little bit longer. Let's go to a count of 4. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. Breathe in. 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 2, 3, 4. And begin to just breathe on your own. Keeping the breath long and soft. Slowly come to sit up. We're going to take tabletop. Bring your palms behind your back. Bend the knees, feet about hip width distance apart. And then from here, I lift the hips high. I let the head go. And I keep pressing to just find that opening again in the front of the body. We're staying here for a couple breaths. You can have your eyes open or closed as we start to wind down the practice. Slowly lower the hips towards the floor. Extend the legs and come to lie down on your back. Some of you can do legs up the wall at home. If you have a block underneath, you can place a block. You can place it underneath your sacrum for Viparita Karani. And others of you can come into a shoulder stand practice. You bring the legs and pelvis overhead. And you bring your palms to support the spine. I lift one leg or both legs up. And my gaze is steady. We won't stay here for too long. And the other classes that I do in the open classes, we would hold for slightly longer.
but just some modification to be able to fit the schedule. And so this is what also is the beauty of yoga. There's the flexibility in the body, but also in our mind and our heart. We're open to not always being right. And like Dr. Larry Ward said, often we are wrong. Thich Nhat Hanh says we're always wrong, or 99.9% of the time. And so it's that constant humility and constant reminder that perhaps there's another way, something different from my own. But I can still stand steady, like in my Salamba Sarvangasana. It is a practice. Lower the feet overhead into Halasana. Bend the knees on your forward if you need. Interlace your hands into a fist. You can also hold the outer edges of your mat. Breathing deeply, inhale. Exhale. Couple more, breathe in. Breathing out. I slowly release my palms and I lower down. I keep the legs close to my chest to really continue to engage different parts of my body. Once the sacrum reaches the floor, I bend the knees and place the feet on the floor. We counter asana for this is extending of the legs, palms facing up, elbows pressed. I lift my chest and bring the crown of the head towards the floor. Let's see if I can do it. I think I can. Breathe in. Breathe out. You can point or flex the feet. Inhale. There's a bit of weight on the crown of the head. Just stimulate that pituitary gland. One more breath. Inhale. And exhale. Slowly lift the head. You can come directly into your Shavasana. And before those of you that would like to, we do take one inversion. This is also was also an inversion. But we're going to take a very, very quick Shirshasana headstand practice. Standing on the head may feel awkward. So if it's not in your practice, no need. You can always just stay in your lying down position, corpse pose. You can bring your palms together, interlace your hands, elbows no wider than your shoulders. Tuck the toes. I lift my hips, bring the crown of the head towards the floor. I first extend my legs, and I'm already in headstand. So maybe this is where I stay. Others of you can walk your feet in, and either one leg at a time or both legs, you extend the legs out. Even if it's just for a moment, find some stillness. And so these inversions, we invert. We change our perspective. And from this change of perspective, perhaps we can have a different vision, that re-envisioning that we hope to have through this entire gathering. On the exhale, I bring my legs back. I take a few breaths in my child seat. And then after a few breaths in child's pose, I'll come to lie down in my final seat of rest, Shavasana. If you're close to a blanket and cold, you can always place something on you. Otherwise, begin to just come to lie down. Connect with your breath. And as we wrap up, you're welcome to stay in your Shavasana. And I encourage a few moments of silence, either seated on a chair or on the floor for a few moments of meditation. And as we have to prepare for the next session, I'm going to come to sit up and sit, but feel free to please stay and really take rest,
because these postures, these practices, we often don't take the time to rest. But all those efforts we made, it also requires a relaxing. So stay as long as you need. Either sitting in your seat of meditation or just remaining in your Shavasana, I invite you to just connect with your breath. What even brought you here today at this point? It doesn't really matter. What matters is that you showed up, that you gave your practice an intention, and that this practice that seemingly feels so just for myself slowly begins to expand and include the awareness of all beings. As we say in Jivamukti Yoga, Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May all beings everywhere be happy and free. May the thoughts and the words and the actions of my own life contribute in some way to the happiness and to the freedom for all. Namaste, everyone. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Thrive at Zen Rocks Gathering here live from Mani. Today is our third summit day, the day that focuses on activism. I hope you enjoyed this yoga class with Esther Chang. I certainly did. And now we're going to have a beautiful talk and conversation with political scientist and social justice activist Emilia Roig, a very powerful, inspiring woman, and I hope you're going to enjoy it.
Hello and welcome to Thrive at Zen Rocks, a gathering, a festival, a meeting of friends from around the world to talk about concepts that are pertaining to our life today, to the crucial times we're living in. And more specifically, we're here to talk about our spirituality, how that translates to our action or our activism on this planet, and how that really impacts sustainability and the issues that are very critical for our times right now. So with that, I'd like to welcome Emilia Roig, who is a wonderful friend speaking to us today from, is it Berlin?
Yes.
From Berlin, and Emilia is a renowned social justice leader. She's an author and an expert on intersectionality, equity, and non-discrimination. Her dream is to implement a way of thinking that goes beyond inequalities, discrimination, implicit bias, and address these issues in Europe in the way that we think and the way our societies come together, and hopefully come up with a system that is more fair, more equal, and more transparent. So Emilia, hello, welcome to Greece.
Yeah, thank you so much. Happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. And to start with, please tell us a little bit about yourself.
So yeah, I've been active in the field of social justice for over 10 years now. I've worked in different organizations, mainly nonprofits, but also governmental organizations. I've worked at the UN. I've worked in Tanzania, Kenya, and Cambodia for altogether 10.5 years. And yeah, and so I've been back in Europe for now 13 years. And I've made it my work basically to try to dismantle systems of oppression with other people, of course. And spirituality plays a very important role in that regard. And lately, my main activity has been writing books. So I write books on all those topics, as well from a personal spiritual standpoint, not only theoretical.
Wow. Wonderful. You seem very young for all the work you have been doing. And, listening to you and reading about you, I'd like to know, as a woman, as a friend, as a person who I grew up in Greece, but also in the United States, I'd like to know a little bit about your history, your roots, and what informed your coming to work on this field.
Mm-hmm. So I was born in France and I grew up there. My parents are both migrants. So my mother came from Martinique when she was young, pushed by poverty, and with her family she came. And then my father is a Jewish Algerian, and so he was born in Algeria. He grew up there until he was 12, and then he moved to the Ivory Coast, and then finally to France, where he started a family with my mother. And yeah, so I think having this identity that is not a white identity in a white majority country is something that really shaped my view of the world. I would say that my identity as a woman as well, my identity as a queer person, so I'm queer, is also something that has shaped my view and my understanding of what we call the normal, right? What we call the norm. What is normal? What is the normal behavior? What is a normal family? What is a normal love, for example? And and so I think that my personal experience has fed into my work very much, which is both scientific, because I have a PhD in political science and sociology, and so it was important for me to research those topics as well from a scientific standpoint, but I don't believe in the separation of the private and or at least, it's not that there are people who have who can observe from an objective and a neutral standpoint, and other people who experience things and therefore are not equipped to produce knowledge. And so I like to combine both, and to not try to push it aside and to say, oh, I don't have an experience. What I'm saying is just very neutral, very objective, and I try to deconstruct this myth as well.
Yeah, and what you're saying makes me think about the fact that there has been tension, there has been difficulty in our life, and it's a personal experience, and that's where we come from the personal experience to go a step further, maybe further in, or also in your case, it seems like you've been studying what's happening around. So can we talk a little bit about that inner journey that we have to make, the outer journey that informs us about the situation being not just personal, but systemic or social, and then how these two relate, how the one informs the other, how our personal journey informs the way that we look and make conclusions or try to work with the outside system, and then how that work of being out there, trying to write books, trying to educate people, trying to engage in conversation, how that comes back to the way that our inner life and our spirituality is illuminated or more.
Okay, so I would say that I do all those things. So I write books. My next book is coming out next week, and I think I do all those things because I'm guided by a thread. So I'm always trying to be very aligned with what my mission on earth is. And so that's something that I've learned to do, to really trust my intuition and knowing when I need to move past, when I need to embark on a journey. And I think it requires to do the inner work that is necessary for this, and to just also divest from social expectations that tell us that we have to be a certain way, and that's the only way. And in my case, I think it started when I got married to a man who was like, it was the perfect family, the perfect couple, everything was perfect according to the societal scripts that we tried to follow. And I realized quite quickly that it didn't really fit it wasn't aligned to who I was. And I started to really fight against it. And I started to be really in a very complicated situation where I wanted to go for it, because this is what also got me external validation. This is what made everybody happy. I had the feeling that I was living the right life. And I was pushed more and more by my inner desires, my true calling, basically, which was to exit that marriage and to explore my life the way I was intended to be. And so this is the first time that it pushed me in a direction of, I would say spiritual awakening as well. And as part of this process, when I separated, I had my second child, and he died when he was 1 month old. And that's, for me, I think the pivots, that's the time where I was really exposed to spirituality, where I really had access to other dimensions that helped me consider life from a completely different point of view. And like every change and every transformation, it was at first a massive crisis. It was a massive crisis of so much emotional pain, of disorientation, of feeling isolated. And then little by little, I think this is this discomfort that can help us move and grow. Just like, if you look at a cocoon, at some point it becomes too uncomfortable, and then the butterfly needs to just free itself. And that's literally how I felt. And the time the cocoon was a time of a lot of pain. It was really, really uncomfortable and very difficult.
That metaphor you used of the cocoon and just like really being uncomfortable there, it comes up a lot. It comes up with different poetry, right? In psychoanalysis, it comes up a lot. And they say that it's almost necessary for that kind of tension to help us to push through our limits and to go to a new sphere, a new realm. And so in your new realm, it was about you becoming who you are, what you feel most comfortable with. And then in doing that, you realize that now this needs to be shared, or I need to support other people in going through their own cocoon process of fighting, finding their identity, and then moving forward to establish themselves in the world for who they truly are. Is that what your goal, your mission, your work is?
I would say, yeah, somehow intuitively you managed to sum it up quite well. And I do this not only by telling my personal story, but by explaining what is pushing us to not lead the lives that we should, but leading lives that are prescripted, you know. So okay, you need to have a job that is secure, and you need to keep the same job your whole life. You need to have a partner that stays the same the whole life. You need to have children if you're a woman. If you're a man and you're married, then yeah, follow your woman. You need to be straight, so it means if you're a woman, you need to be with a man. If you're a man, you need to be with a woman. You need to have a very clear gender expression. So if you're a woman, you need to have long hair. You need to wear makeup, you need to, you know, do certain things. So these are scripted behaviors that are limiting, that are not allowing us to be truly who we are, and that are not allowing us as well to connect with other people on a deeper level. And so I think for me, what has been a driver of my work and of my books has been to tell a certain truth, to try to unveil certain structures in society that are presented as the norm, that are presented as natural. And so, for example, my last book is about the abolition of marriage, and really speaking about this very patriarchal institution that has nothing natural about it, right? So I'm trying to uncover those things that are mostly, that remain mostly unquestioned, and to ignite in the people who read the book, ignite some form of feeling heard, feeling seen, feeling understanding. So I'm trying to put into words a lot of the things that people feel. So my books are in that sense very emotional and quite somatic, right? So it means that there's something somatic that happens when I write them, but also when people read them. So the aim, ultimately, is also healing.
You create a somatic experience through your words, through taking people through a certain experience, so that they can feel what you want to convey to them. So if I may take it a step towards our festival focus, can we say that this is your activism in life? Like, this is how what you're feeling and what you're experiencing gets out there? And if I may ask about that process, because we're talking about, you know, how we can express our spiritual life, how we can express it. And so to express it as, what is our activism? And our activism can take different forms. So for you, if I may ask, your activism is, I feel it, I go through it, I realize it, I'm getting out there, I'm living my life that way, and then I write about it. And in writing about it, I do everything I can to create a certain somatic understanding with my readers. And then also you're working with institutions, right? And you come with your experience as an author, or your work, like your normal work that you come to these institutions. Talk to us about your activism.
So I would say that it's all about making our individual experiences collective experiences. It's about making people understand that, or at least enabling an understanding of anything that happens to us happens to other people. And many times we tend to individualize them and think, oh, okay, so that's the whole point of the movement Me Too, right? So the Me Too movement has been about saying, okay, I made this experience, but I'm not alone. Millions of other women experience that too. And so that's why it's inscribed in a systemic, in a system, right? So it's not something that I by myself experience and I'm alone. It's something we can link to other experiences. And I think this is so powerful, because once you realize that it's not just you, but it happens to other people, the transformation can take place on a much, much bigger level, right? Because it's not just you who's going to change, but it's many other people, it's the perspective of other people. And so that's why the 2 cents that I'm paying to this is that I'm really trying to make societal structures that are not visible, and I try to render them visible and to make people feel what they have done to them. So in my first book, it was about declining, okay, what is oppression and how does it play out in our everyday life? How does it play out, at home? How does it play out at work, on the street, and at the hospital? How does it play out in the courtroom? And really trying to understand that we have to deal with systems that are, I don't know where this came from. Sorry. To understand, to understand basically that we're embedded in wider systems.
So in your book, you raise awareness that way. You create an experience, a somatic experience for your readers. You create awareness. And that you can say that writing a book is activism. In that sense, all the authors could be described as activists, absolutely. And what defines the kind of activism that is needed right now is what our theme is, right? So your theme is to talk about race, to talk about discrimination, to talk about systems that exist that are limiting, or systems that exist that are oppressive, right? So in a way, we can say that you can wear the activist badge because you're talking about themes that are very timely, they're very critical, and they're also they're necessary for our life, our society to address them, and our political and societal systems to address them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So then that happens with your work with books, and then they go out there and people read them, and you come into some kind of interaction with your audience. Can you tell us how that could also be maybe considered as a form of change?
So it can be considered as a form of change because in order to change, we need knowledge, right? We need to understand first what needs to be changed, and we need to understand the history of a system, right? If we want to change anything, basically, it's important to know where it comes from and what it has done to us. And so the change that happens through my books is that people feel that they're given another perspective through which they can see the world and through which they can see a certain problem, a certain issue. And from there, they start changing in their own terms, right? So I'm just like giving a tool, and then this change can look very different for many different people. And I think that's the power of it, because this is how we are linked, right? So this is how we can link to each other. This is how we can, I feel, create a bond of experience, a bond of common experience. Yeah, and this change comes from there.
And are you linked with your readers? Do you communicate with them? Is there a community? Is there a reading? Is there a communication that links you to your readers?
So I would say yes, because I give readings in literature houses, for example, or in different venues or festivals. But I think the readers also write me directly. I have an email on my website. I have an Instagram account. So for people, it's easier to get in touch with me and connect with me in that regard. So yeah, there is a community, and a lot of people have book clubs and they read the books in book clubs and stuff like that, but I'm not part of every I'm not part of every process. Yeah.
Sure. Can we talk about a couple of the issues that are very important for you right now, that are very crucial for you right now, or that you see around? We talked about the issue of race, of discrimination, of biodiversity. Can we talk about what's like the hardest issue for you right now, or the hardest two issues that are right there for you right now?
So I couldn't pin it down to two issues, but what I would say is the main problem is that we're functioning according to social hierarchies. We're hierarchizing people. I mean, people have been hierarchized according to gender, according to race, according to disability, according to sexual orientation, according to class. And so those hierarchies are the problem. I think they're the most pressing problem, because if we still function with hierarchies, we cannot come to a situation where people feel worthy for who they are, right? So it's always about comparing. It's always about, putting ourselves in that hierarchy, or being put in there, because it's not really coming from us and who we really are. And so the hierarchy that puts men over women, that puts straight people over queer people, that puts the white people above Black people, that puts rich people and middle-class people above working-class people, are hierarchies that are toxic for our world. And I would add to this, one of the main and most important hierarchies is placing human above nature, human above animals. And so it brings us as well to the crisis, the enormous climate crisis, environmental crisis that we're going through, that is exactly based on this hierarchy, knowing that people who are above have the right to control, to possess those who are below. And so we need to change, we need a very big paradigmatic shift that can enable us to move beyond hierarchies, to go from a paradigm of the ego, which is pyramidal, where we have, white men at the top, then we have white women, and then people of color, and then we have animals. And then even within animals, we have a hierarchy. We have cats and dogs and domestic animals, and then we have farm animals, and then birds and fish, and the rest of what we call nature. And so this pyramid is the problem. We need to come to a paradigmatic shift where we come from the ego and the pyramid to an ecosystem, where everybody and every organism, every living being has its own place in the universe and is not put in a hierarchical order. Right? From the moment where you have a living body or something on earth that, a stone, let's say, then they have a right to be there, and they shouldn't be exploited, they shouldn't be extracted. And so that's what we need to go through. And so the main problem, as you asked, are the hierarchies that have been ruling the world, basically.
So what would inform our way of looking things in a way that is more equitable, and where everything has its value, is maybe some kind of a spiritual path, or an understanding, a deeper understanding that ascribes value to everything that exists, right? Where we live with respect, with understanding for every living form, and living form can be humans, plants, animals, and even inanimate. Like you said, you mentioned a rock. So is that a little bit of a belief, or a way of thinking and acting that informs what we're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. And we have this in Buddhism, we have it in Hinduism with, the concept of ahimsa, for example, which is, showing us that there's no hurting another living being without hurting yourself, that we're all linked in that matter. And I think that's the essence of spirituality. The essence of spirituality is to feel in our bodies in a way that cannot really be put into words, like something that is so deep and so that is somatic in that sense, and not only cognitive, that we feel a connection to other beings, that we feel part of a bigger part of something bigger, and that the illusion of separation is also something that is overcome by spirituality. And that's why I don't believe that we can have social justice without some form of spirituality being infused in the process. It means that if we're just doing it with the head, it's not going to really have an effect in the long term.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And when we say some kind of spiritual process, what would it look like for you? Like, what would it be? Meditation? Would it be an embodied practice? What that spiritual understanding or spiritual practice would look like for you?
So my spiritual practice is, so nature plays a very important role. So it's not a routine because I don't live in nature, I live in the city, but I'm taking regularly time off to go on hikes. So I go on hike by foot or I go on hike with a horse. Next time I do it, it's going to be in May. I'm going to go for 8 days in Morocco on a horse trek. And yeah, spending time in nature without screens, without phones, with, you know, just myself, the horse and nature, and just really slowing down and realizing that the world is so much bigger than who I am, right? And so that's part of my spiritual practice. I think one important thing is so I follow the teachings of Thich Nhat Hanh. So, you know, mindfulness is something that I aspire to practice, and it's difficult. So I can't say, yes, I'm being mindful all the time, but I'm trying my best. And I really aspire to be mindful in everything I do. So I try to, you know, concentrate on one thing at a time. So if I'm eating, I'm just eating. If I'm writing, I'm just writing. If I'm reading, I'm just reading. And also prayer has been something, so just not religious, but prayers that I find inspiring, that help me, you know, higher my vibration from the morning, that help me, yeah, connect with something bigger, and knowing, like, connecting with that deep trust, which we can also call faith, right? And sometimes in our day-to-day lives, we lose touch with the magic of faith, because faith is something that is not graspable. You don't have any proof, right? So that's the essence of faith, right? So you need to always connect with this deep trust that everything's going to, you know, the phrase, the universe is always conspiring in your favor, is a mantra that I tell myself when I have hard times, when sometimes things are not the way I want them to be, knowing that, yes, the universe is always conspiring in my favor. And yeah, so I would say daily practice of spirituality is really trying to keep my vibration as high as possible with what I eat, with what I watch, with the people I'm with what comes out of my mouth, with what I hear. And so that's really being conscious as much as possible, and not letting life take over, you know, not becoming unaware again. So but it requires a lot of commitment. And for me, part of the spirituality is healing, right? I mean, I've made healing my priority number one, in the sense that yeah, that I want to move through the years and shed layers and layers of those parts of myself that have been created to protect myself, right? And so I want to let go of them, and in this healing process, yeah, it's very rewarding, but it's also uncomfortable. It's also not easy.
Yeah, and a lot of the hardship and the challenge that you mentioned is also ancestral, right? It comes from our roots, it comes from our ancestors. And so it's not very easy to just shed all the layers of the hurt, right?
Absolutely, yes.
And it's there, it's very much there. And what do you see in our world right now? What is your sense, your vision, your feeling? What is urgent and what is hopeful in our world right now?
So we're in a chaos currently. We're in a chaos, which means that we're also in change, right? We're in the middle of a big transformation. And so I think what we need to bring in the process is we need to let go of our attachments, right? I think what is preventing us from moving forward, and what is making this so difficult and so painful, is that we keep our attachments. We don't want to let go. We don't want to let go of the old. We don't want to make space for the new. And so I think that's something individual and collective. I mean, the individual doesn't really exist anyways, but like this illusion that if we do something if I do something, it's individual, but it's so linked to so many other people. We're going through a big shift of consciousness. We're going through a big spiritual awakening, a political awakening. And this is a collective matter. It's happening beyond the individual, you know? And so, yeah, letting go of our attachments, making place for the new. And that's why, you know, in order to let go of our attachments, we need to work on healing, and not only healing what happened to us in childhood, but also like much, much bigger healing, a healing that is collective, that is looking at past generations, transgenerational trauma, etc. And so that's something that we need to be committed to doing, because out of this healing can change really happen.
You are working also hard to affect systemic change and to work with institutions, with political systems. Is there change happening? Are you somewhat successful in seeing some change happening? Of course, you're working with other people, it's not just you, but what do you see in terms of change in institutions?
So change is happening all the time. That's the only constant. I think it's Aristotle who said, Heraclitus who said this. Change is the only constant. It's happening all the time. We don't have to make it happen. Change is there. And it's really more of a process of letting go again and allowing the change. So the backlash that we see in the world today, like the alt-rights, the neo-Nazis in Germany, like the masculinists, the people who deny climate change is happening, the people who really hold on to very conservative views of the world and who want to go back to the past. These are people who can't let go and who can't just accept change, right? So it's all about accepting change. And I see this change happening. I mean, we see that there are some topics that were not popular at all some time ago, or that you could see, for example, that certain views didn't make it to the mainstream, and today that's very different. The fact that we speak about systemic racism is a change. The fact that the Me Too movement has brought to our attention that women are still oppressed in our society is a change that is happening. So that's why it's not about denying that this change is happening, but it's about allowing it even more, like allowing the magnitude of change that is just waiting to happen if we only can let it go, right? If we only can let it happen, I meant. And so,
what you're saying to the politicians or the systemic leaders that you're talking to, are you just telling them to like let change happen? Is that like what you are encouraging as social action or activism?
Yes, because many times we have change that are really easy to make, and they make us believe that everything is so hard, that any type of change is incredibly difficult, that it's not realistic. That's not true. Let's say
give us an example of a change that happened your way, of like.
Okay, yes, so I can give the example of the war in Russia, the Russian war in Ukraine. And, when thousands and thousands of refugees came through the European borders, they were just open. And it's like, okay, come over here. And yes, you can settle down. And yes, you can have an easy and a smooth entry. And yes, we welcome you. That's there's no bureaucracy. You can just settle down. And so it showed us, okay, so when we want, we can allow change like that. That's not difficult. And what was said before that happened, and when the migrants were not representing a kind of whiteness that was welcome in Europe, but if we say people from the African continent or people from Afghanistan, from Pakistan, people coming from Iraq, that were blocked at the entry, that, we made them go through terrible, terrible things after they were fleeing the war, them arriving and sleeping on the streets of Paris. So it shows us, we have the power to change those structures. I mean, those migration and asylum laws are changeable. They were made by humans, so we can change them. We're not speaking about things that are like God-given and that, that are immutable. And so, I encourage politicians as well to just allow this change to happen, and to, these are just laws, right? Laws are made by us.
Do you feel that they're listening to you, that you're being heard, that your spoken word makes a difference?
So the thing is, change is not happening through politicians. Politicians have never really been the ones making change happen. They're just enacting change that is coming from below. So they don't need to listen to me. What needs to happen are large-scale movements making themselves heard and putting pressure on politicians to make the change, right? But it's not that politicians one day wake up and say, oh yeah, we're going to change this very racist immigration policy, or oh yeah, we're going to give women the right to vote, or oh yeah, we're going to allow same-sex marriage. No, all of those things happened because there were a lot of fights coming and resistance and commitment and activism coming from below, coming from the bottom, coming from the masses, basically. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the masses as we understand it. It can be just a small group of people enacting this kind of change, right? So that's also the idea that we feel very much hopeless and thinking, oh, it will never happen. But I think bringing a little bit of humility in the process and knowing that change is already happening. And it's just about us allowing that change and pushing for it, and just like going with the flow, being aligned as well with this transformation that we can help the process.
Okay, wonderful. So your hope of moving towards a world free of systemic oppression, it comes from opening, from relaxing, for being informed, and for supporting each other, to let go of systems that do not support our growth, and to welcome a way of being that is more natural, it's more humane, it's more in accordance with the laws of nature that allow us to be happier and more loving and maybe even more balanced human beings.
Yes, absolutely.
Wonderful. So are you optimistic?
I'm not optimistic, I'm hopeful, and that's the difference.
Yeah.
Because optimistic would mean that there are things happening that make me believe, okay, this is going in the direction. But I think hopeful is a stance. It's a way of being. And yes, I am hopeful for sure.
Yeah, and hopefully has more to do with present moment, right? Like right now, you're feeling hopeful and I'm feeling hopeful. And optimistic has to do with what we foresee in the future.
Yeah.
So let's be hopeful right now. And I want to thank you for being part of this discussion, for believing that maybe we can thrive, or we hope and we feel it, that we can thrive as a community, as a species, but also as part of this planet, and just one of the many species that hopefully be here and maintain balance and sustainability as well on this, inequality on this earth, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emilia.
Hello and welcome back to Thrive at Zen Rocks online gathering. We're broadcasting live from Mani in Greece, and we have amazing weather today, even though it was supposed to be rainy. So we are very hopeful here. I hope you enjoyed this program so far, and we are now going to show a yoga class that Vivi Letsou recorded yesterday, so you can again move your body a little bit and just go into full embodiment after this beautiful conversation with Emilia, Roig. And then we're going to go into a 30-minute lunch break, so you will also have time to rest and digest. And we are going to have a really amazing program in the afternoon at 2 p.m. Greek time. We're going to have Gabor Maté in conversation with Andrés Conteris, and then another yoga session with Tyrer, an amazing teacher that I met in Bali, Indonesia. Then we're going to have a beautiful live conversation with Bayo Akomolafe, also with Andrés Conteris, and then Arun, Deva, who's going to show us how to work with Ayurveda and yoga, and to use those modalities to go through difficult times. And I wish you a beautiful practice with Vivi in case you're joining, and a good lunch break, and see you later.
Okay, now let's do some yoga. Ready? You have a mat, get your yoga mat out. Who doesn't have a yoga mat out? You get a free one with your shopping at supermarkets these days, right? So get the mat out, and I use a block sometimes if you want to. It helps to get things started. So let's start with opening our feet a lot. Yeah, I'm wondering if you're seeing me. So let's open our feet a lot. Open the feet and get your block. And inhale, extend out. And then bring your block behind your right foot. So, I'm not mirroring you. Your right foot is that way. But you can do the same thing as me. Inhale and lengthen. And then we extend the block out. We put it outside of our heel. Press our hand down, and the block could be at any height, tall, short, or non-existent, depending what you need. And then press down. Oh, yes. Triangle. The feet are extended. The pelvis opens up. The spine lengthens. We exhale and we inhale, and there's no stress on the neck. The shoulders are back, and then we extend the other arm up. Exhale and heel, we stay. Inhale and feel the openness, the steadiness of the pose, the lengthening of the spine. Exhale completely. Inhale, enjoy it. Exhale and inhale. Beautiful. Now exhale and feel the rootedness of the earth, this beautiful earth supporting us. And a beautiful little puppy is gnawing on my foot. Aye. So exhale here. And then inhale and come up. People, he said not biting. Not gnawing on people's pants. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Especially when on video. Bend the front knee and feel the stability. Hands on the pelvis, root down. Not knowing. And then from here, bring your hands together from the heart. Press the hands together and lengthen. Exhale. Inhale, open the hands. This is a nice female warrior pose. It can be male too. Boys can do it too. But for us, we call it Amazon. And the heart is open and the palms are to the sky. So this is like a strong Amazon pose. And here we are. Exhale, feel the stability of the earth. Open the pelvis and extend from the heart out. Inhale and lengthen and open. We'll stay 2 more breaths as we exhale. Feel the air around and the air in our lungs. The gratitude for having a body, to experiment. Inhale here. Exhale and root. Beautiful. Now inhale and press the floor to come up. Loosen the hips a little bit, so we'll go from side to side. Hop, 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 hop to the center. Again, open the right foot out to the right. We're gonna go we're gonna go for Parsvakonasana, sine angle, hands together. Bending the foot again. Inhale and lengthening. Whoop. Spine straight up, open the shoulders, let the neck be upright, lengthening but relaxed. Inhale here and exhale, lengthen, press, extend, look straight ahead, exhale, and inhale. Extend the arm over the ear and like really lengthen. Keep long from the foot to the tips of the fingers. Press your hand on the block or on the floor. Exhale and extend. And now look down, bring the hand to the waist, root down and come up. And again, feet to the front, and we flow again from side to side. Hop, 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 hop. Very nice. Here we are ready to go to the other side. And let's check in again, because our practice is an opportunity to come here to the center and to check in, how am I doing? And if I'm not doing absolutely well in this moment, if I'm not contented and joyous, as the Metta Sutta says, it means that I need to spend a little time paying attention and taking care of myself. Take care of, not the why and the who and the what, but just breathe, exhale, relax, feel the calmness and the beauty of this breath, and then inhale, and just enjoy the breath. Enjoy this movement, this subtle movement as we exhale, like the ocean, flowing and moving. Exhaling, gently, completely. And inhaling, flowing with the breath, opening. We'll do one breath like this. Enjoy it once more as we exhale. Inhale, fully relax any stress on the shoulders and the neck. And now, where's my block? I need it. I never know, what feels comfortable, but we want to be comfortable in every pose. So from here, here's the block. We inhale and extend. Press the opposite leg and foot straight down into the earth. Turn the left foot from you to the side and then lengthen and then extend all the way out to the side. Bring your block behind your calf, close to your knee though. I'm gonna move this way to accommodate the sun. And Miss Kiku, 5 puppies abandoned, very close to here. What are we doing, the way we don't take care of ourselves, the way we don't take care of our planet, the way we don't take care of other beings unless they're of some use or profit to us. These are the things to look at. But we start here, taking care of ourselves right now. We exhale, extend, strong legs, lengthen. Inhale, extend the arm. So exhale, feel the steadiness, the extension of the legs. Inhale and feel the spine lengthening. And pressing down, extend the other arm up. So we are sovereign. We're strong and steady in our body. And that's where it starts from. Physical practice, to be embodied, to be in this body in a way that feels secure, in a way that feels steady, in a way that allows us to open from here. That's the beginning. So we exhale and inhale. And one more breath like that. Steady legs, muscles hugging into the bones, and the bones extending from the center out. And we exhale, bending the knee to come up, and just loosen up the hips a little bit from side to side. Hop, 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 hop. I want to loosen up a little more shoulders and hips. Beautiful. Let's go to Amazon or Virabhadra. Please, this is a new mat. It would be nice if it's not not all chewed up. We have all mats for you to chew up. So please don't chew up the mat, okay? You understand me? Oh, at some levels, he understands me. So from here, Kiku, we're gonna bend the knee and come up, pressing our hands together, legs extended, spine upright. Exhale, press palms together. As we press palms together, the feet get steadier on the earth. And the hips open up and we extend out to the side. And can we be friendly? Be friendly towards me. I might not be your favorite yoga teacher, and we don't even know each other maybe, but be friendly. Because we want to cultivate friendliness towards beings we don't know. It's cultivating the source of compassion, the source, the spring of compassion within our heart. And when our heart starts to fill with that compassion, then joy rises. So let us start by cultivating compassion, joy, friendliness, even to beings who may be doing a different practice or a different way than we are. Exhale, beautiful, wonderful. And then come up again and just straighten the leg, right to left. So come and let's get ready for the side angle, bending the knee again. Here we are where we start with hands together in front of the heart and feel the pulse of your heart. Feel the warmth of your heart. Feel the expansion, the space, the energy generated. You know, it's if like an energy opens up and fills our lungs and fills our chest and goes beyond. And from this point, we open up to what's beyond. Palms to the sky, inhale, and then lengthen. Bring the block if you need it behind your heel. Press your hips down, look forward. Feel one straight line of energy as we press the back foot to the earth, lengthening the spine, top of the head, shoulders back, and extending the arm to the sky. I press my left arm into my knee and the knee into the arm. Steady are the feet so I can open up. So one part of us has to be steady. For the other arm to the other side and the other arm to expand, to extend. Inhale here, open, and then press and extend the arm up and over. Exhaling and inhaling. Exhaling. Inhaling. Steadiness. And from the inside, open to breathe. Open to greet the sun or the moon. It's a new moon, right? So set your intentions or your mood for the new moon. Yes. We can hope for the best. We can give the best to this life. How? Generate optimism. Generate presence in the body right now. Watch the negativity of the mind, the way we criticize others, the way that nobody is ever good enough. No yoga teacher, no architect, no taxi driver, no, but let's give each other a chance to be better, right? We give a chance to others, to ourselves, to be better. Open that space, be friendly, cultivate a friendly attitude, a friendly heart, and life will get better immediately, immédiatement. Good, so extend, and then bring the arms in front. Here's the block, I use it because I'm gonna go now from side to side, bending one knee and bending the other. Hop, 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 hop. Very nice. Now let's extend. Let's extend forward. Open feet. Not sure we can see each other. Yeah? Yeah, we can see each other. Kind of. Open feet and walk your hands to the front, either to the floor or actually you can rest your hands on a block or on a low stool and then feet steady, bend the knees a little bit, go from side to side and then press feet to the floor, strong legs as you straighten and then hips back. My hips are extending back, but my hands, my heart is extending forward. Yay, that feels like a great stretch as we exhale and inhale. Sometimes we have expectations from people, like we behave well, we expect them to behave well. I'm walking the feet in, I'm bending the knees, and I'm coming a little bit towards you so we can do a, you know, like a Utkatasana, a chair pose, and speak. So, you know, sometimes we have expectations for the beings that we benefit to behave. I'm still bending the knees, to behave in a certain way, right? And when they don't, and when circumstances don't happen our way, then we get mad at them, or we get mad at ourselves, you know, and then we, you know, we complain, or we're not in a good mood. But, you know, the spiritual teachings of any tradition, they talk about, you know, go beyond that. Let go of expectations. We're going to stay here 2 more breaths, just to make our legs really strong. Let go of expectations. Open up to a wider space, right? A wider space. So if things don't happen our way, okay, you know, let's see what life has in store for us. Maybe not what I had in mind, but something else. So soften, let go, and open. And with that, jump up, bend the knees, and we'll go again from side to side. Hop, 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 hop. So when things don't go our way, let's be like Ganesha, like a big elephant who likes to dance. Dance, whoo, from side to side. Hop, 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 hop. In other words, let's have a little sense of humor as life keeps bringing us things that are not our preference, that are not our joys. Let's dance with everything. This is the symbol of infinity again. Look at my hands, moving in the symbol of infinity, and I keep moving, and I keep dancing. Hop, 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 hop. Be like the water. Yesterday we were seeing the water in the pool, how it was rippling beautifully with the wind. Still, my arms are doing the infinity symbol as we go from side to side. Hop, 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 hop. We were looking at the water. It was windy, at some point it rained, it was quiet, it was everything through the day, this funny day of spring in Mani at Zen Rocks in Greece. Like in the rest of the world, upheaval, climactic, you feel it every day. This May, unheard of, cold, unpredictable. Okay, what do we do? Dance and go with the flow. Dance and go with the flow. Dance and go with the flow. We call it the infinity flow. I'm going slower now. And what I was saying was, dance like Ganesha. And when things get tough, remember to be like the water, to just flow like the water, to let go. Water doesn't hold on to things. It just, if there's an obstacle, it swerves around and it gets everywhere and it gets everything done. So keep moving. You know, there is the idea in Zen of stillness, but my teacher used to say, in stillness, there's movement, and in movement, there's stillness. In stillness, there's movement. But in this movement, there is a stillness. There is a stillness. There is a stillness. Keep breathing. Keep moving from side to side, like infinity. Yeah, this fallout breath, as my yoga therapy teacher Kamini Desai says, take a deep breath and let everything fall out on the exhalation. Inhale, fall out. Inhale. Inhale. Yeah. So that felt good. I'm walking the feet in. And the feet are apart, hip distance. And the earth, I feel the earth lovingly supporting me. My weight in my body. My breath. Enjoying what's here now. Let go of anything and everything that is not pertinent to this moment. And what is pertinent to this moment? What's important in this moment? That I'm here on my feet to the earth with a body and I'm breathing. That's all. Whatever body you're in, you know, whatever body we're in, if we're aching, if we don't have two legs, you know, if we don't have arms, we are in a body that breathes. And this is our experience. For some reason, we are meant to have this experience right now. Feel everything that's happening without reacting. Just breathe. Steady body, steady legs on the earth, steady pelvis, upright spine. Relax the shoulders. Shoulders back, neck long, ears back. So in our center, upright and relaxed. Exhaling and inhaling. Feel your breath. Feel it, savor it. Feel our breath from the inside. Like our sensors are the inside of the lungs, like the center of the lungs. Our sensors are the inside of the belly, the center of the belly. And from there we exhale and everything comes and empties and rests in these 2 points. And then on the inhalation from these 2 points, there's an expansion as the air comes to fill the lungs from the inside. Completely. And gently exhale and exhale more than you think. Just exhale, exhale, exhale. The secret is exhaling completely and then some. And then relax and the inhalation comes. Exhale, 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 exhale completely. Relax, the inhalation just comes and fills the body from the inside. What kind of dance is that? That does not require my doing. That the more I relax and the more I enjoy, the more perfect it is. What kind of dance is this? The dance of my life. The less I do, the more I enjoy this flow and what's happening, the more perfect it is. In other words, look at nature. Look at our nature to get the cues of where to go, of how to act, of how to be. Non-doing, let the rhythm lead the way. What to do? Observe. Be still in the middle of movement. Enjoy, trust. It's not coincidental that this is happening. It's the force of the universe that moves everything, not us. So let's sink, let's surrender, let's open to that force of the universe. And the way comes from there. The way will become apparent as we stay contented, joyous, upright, with stillness in the middle of movement. Hello, good afternoon from Greece, southern Greece, the Peninsula of Mani, from Zen Rocks, from our festival, Thrive at Zen Rocks, inviting you to hold hands with us as we consider ways that we can thrive amidst challenge, amidst difficulties. But we keep each other good company, and we also listen to really inspirational, deep thinking, hardworking human beings, inviting us to be the best human being that we can be for ourselves, for our community, and for the planet. We're getting incredible inspiration here, and I'm so glad we are together in this. Taking a deep breath. There's always a moment for a deep breath where we come back to ourselves. I'd like to invite you to continue being with us over this whole weekend, and also invite your friends to come to share. All these very meaningful talks and interviews will be available even after the festival. So consider subscribing, consider supporting this first effort that is meant to hopefully go on. You can find us at our website, zenrocksmani.com. You will see Thrive Festival there. You will see the online festival. Sign up, consider the program that is there for all of today and all of tomorrow, and stay in tune. The next conversation is coming up, and it's a conversation that is really so close to my heart because it's an interview that we did with my friend Andrés Thomas Conteris and another, what will I call him? A doctor, a therapist, a healer, an author. Dr. Gabor Maté is all that. But above that, he's a human being with an open heart and compassion, wanting to help others as he's been able to find his own way to healing and wholeness. Dr. Gabor Maté has been a physical doctor in family care for over 20 years, and then he worked for another 10 years in Vancouver's East Side, working with people with mental illness, with drug addiction. His own experience, his own compassion led him to write books that turn our attention into matters that we should be thinking about, into trauma that we should be looking at and taking care of in ourselves, for ourselves, and to help other people in their own process of healing. You may know him from the movie, The Wisdom of Trauma, and also from his best-selling books. So some of his best-selling books are In the Realm of the Hungry Ghosts, In the Realm of Hungry Ghosts, When the Body Says No, and coming up, and it came, I think, 2023, even in Greece, translated in Greek, The Myth of Normal, dealing with trauma and illness and healing in a toxic culture. So with that, and without further ado, we're starting our interview. Stay tuned, because at the end, we will take, we won't have a lot of time for your questions, but there is time for a very meaningful conversation coming up at the end of this. So thank you, and we start. So welcome, good morning. Welcome everyone to Thrive at Zen Rocks here in Greece, and opening from Greece throughout the whole world to embrace voices that are here to talk about how we can re-envision the world and how we can be informed by our practices of spirituality, of activism, sustainability, how we can really exchange our ideas, our feelings, our thoughts on this, so we can help each other, and also just feel our interconnectedness, feel how our community of beings who care and who want to envision an alternative way to be in the world, a more healed way to be in the world, how we get together. So I'm Vivi, and I'd like to welcome today our dear, esteemed guest teacher, Dr. Gabor Maté. And we all know him, and he doesn't need a lot of introduction, but he has a respect for focusing the majority of his work on trauma and healing, and how by looking into the way that we experience trauma and disease in our lives through a compassionate way of looking at ourselves, how we can really heal. And in conversation today with Andrés Thomas Conteris, really good friend of mine, like a brother for over 20 years now. Andrés is an activist. He's a North American and Latin American in his nationality, and he's fought for decades for issues of equality and justice and anti-military actions in South and Latin America. You are the founder of Democracy Now! In Latin America, and you are my hero. So please talk to us today about how it is to experience the difficulties and also the whole process of caring for the world and caring for ourselves.
Well, thank you, Vivi. And thank you to the whole team that is making the month of Thrive happen there in Greece. So, Gabor, I want to begin greeting you from Lake Atitlan in Guatemala, land of the Mayan people. The town I live in is mostly where they speak the Cachiquel language. And I have read not all of your recent book, but I read a good deal of it. And I really love the way you focus and that you honor indigenous voices. And one quote that I really was drawn to was by Woman Stands Shining. And she talked about the need to have a commitment to a mad love affair with the earth itself, and that we have a capacity and a role in helping her and all the rest of life to thrive. So if you would just comment on that in the context of this month-long adventure called Thrive.
When you look at indigenous attitude towards life and towards the earth, it's in great contrast to the capitalist colonial approach, which is all about extraction and exploitation. What can we get from the earth for ourselves? What we can extract from nature to our own material advancement and comfort. But it's not about stewardship. It's not about giving. It's not about a unity. It's not about a real connection and reverence. Whereas indigenous practices throughout the world, whether it's Africa or South America or North America or Asia, there's a deep sense of belonging, connection, reverence for, and a lack of separation from. So it's a stewardship. It's not just what we can get, it's also what we can give, not just what we can derive for ourselves, but how we can protect.
Yes.
And so that statement you just quoted speaks to that. And don't we just see what this extractive, exploitative, colonial mindset, which has really infected so many of us, especially throughout the world these days, what it has done to fellow human beings and also, of course, to the earth. And it's so insane that it actually threatens our own existence, and we're still not waking up. Now, it's interesting. There's a word in North America, I forget which nation, called wetico, which is this creature that is just selfish and greedy and gobbles everything up. And there's this interesting word that in I think the Quechua language in Peru, there's a word called pishtaco, which means the same thing. It's this selfish, greedy spirit. And in the minds of both the North and South American indigenous people, this greedy, gobbling everything spirit is associated with Caucasians and with colonialism.
And it's obviously very, very related to trauma at all kinds of levels. I mean,
you are known worldwide around the theme of trauma, and primarily the kind of healing you've done on the streets of Vancouver with addicts, and your own family story, which I'd invite you to share a little bit, which would help our audience get to know you a little bit better, but also in the context of not only that personal kind of trauma, but the collective trauma that indigenous peoples have faced around the planet.
Well, Andrés, if I may turn it around and speak what little I know about you, if that's okay with you.
Please.
So you shared that you've had Hodgkin's lymphoma twice. And one can see that as sort of a random or accidental misfortune, or we can see it as a manifestation of a life. Now, in my view, most malignancies and most autoimmune diseases happen to people who are emotionally under stress and who've had to learn in their childhoods to actually suppress a lot of their true selves in order to be of service to others. Now, you'll have to tell me whether that describes you or not, but what I'm talking about is the impact of trauma, which in childhood forces us to separate us from ourselves. And that separation from the self, I think, is a major cause of illness. And I think you've told me that the illness has been a great teacher to you. And I've heard that from other people, not that I recommend that way of learning, but the teaching always seems to be connect to yourself and follow your own path and honor yourself. Now, the trauma of separation from the self can happen on a personal level. This happened to me because of my infancy as a Jewish baby under the Nazi occupation. It can happen in middle-class families under comfortable circumstances, but of course, it can also happen collectively to a whole people. Now, in Canada, if you look at a disease like rheumatoid arthritis, which indigenous people never used to have, never. Now, an indigenous woman in Canada has 6 times the risk of rheumatoid arthritis than that of a Caucasian person. Why? Because they're indigenous, it's because they're women, which means that they're more suppressed, more oppressed, and have suffered more collective trauma. So when I worked in the downtown east side of Vancouver, with this highly addicted population, a large percentage of my clients were indigenous, even though they only make up 5% of the Canadian population. And I didn't meet a single female patient in all those years who had not been sexually abused. And so that trauma can happen on the individual level and on a collective level. It always means a separation from the self, a disconnection from the self. And on a cultural level, it means a disconnection from people's own culture, where they actually become ashamed of who they are culturally. And that's the biggest triumph of colonialism, is to make people ashamed of who they are as a people or as individuals. And then the strange thing is, as we were saying earlier, that the healing actually comes from a recognition of the connection, so that the same culture that colonialism has suppressed also contains a lot of the pathways towards healing. And in our arrogance, we disregard the wisdom, which not only is harmful to the indigenous people, but it also denies others, the mainstream culture, from real healing.
Yes. Yes. Wow, very powerful. And thank you for asking me to share a little bit more, because some of the context around getting cancer the first time when I was 22 years old, 23, was that my uncle, my mother's brother, had been taken prisoner by the dictatorship in Uruguay, South America. Uruguay had been known as the Switzerland of Latin America for decades, and then became what Amnesty International pointed to as the most tortured country on the planet per capita. And my uncle and my aunt were victims of that torture. And one of the torture trainers came from a town called Richmond, Indiana, where I ended up going to college. I went to Earlham College, and by chance discovered that the former police chief of that town had gone to Uruguay with the latest torture technology and was actually kidnapped by the guerrilla forces and then ended up dying. There's a whole film about it called State of Siege by Costa Gravas. That all of that context of my family in Latin America suffering torture directly by U.S. policies that my family in the North America was paying taxes toward just caused a real disconnect within me. And I ended up overworking and traveling the world and starting a campaign on my uncle's behalf. Fortunately, he was finally freed, and I had worked on his behalf for so many years, but I was not able to be in Uruguay at the moment of his release. Why? Because my body shut down, because cancer took over. And the doctor there in Uruguay said, you've got to go to the United States. And I refused. I just could not bear not to be there when my uncle would be freed. But of course I had to, because the cancer kept growing and growing. And so I ended up then later, 6 months later, when my uncle was released, I was visited by him in the hospital when I was going through a procedure as a result of my healing. So it was a very fascinating twist that happened there. But I very much saw the connection early on. And then when I got cancer the second time, again, I was very much involved in human rights work in Honduras. My friend Berta Cáceres later received a prize, the Goldman Prize for her environmental activism. She got it in 2015, and then 1 year later, she was assassinated.
That's right.
So what I was living in Honduras then again took me into the trenches again, and my body then said, "Hey, is this you need to also take care of yourself." And so again, I had to leave Latin America to go do some healing. But that time I decided I would not do the allopathic Western medicine, and I only did natural treatments to get better.
So this raises two questions for me. One is, I think you told me earlier that the first time you had cancer, you just didn't go to a doctor for a long time.
That's right. Yes.
Now let me ask you a question. If a friend of yours had the same symptoms, what would you advise them to do?
To go to the doctor a lot earlier than I did. Definitely.
Right. Therefore, what you're telling me is that you have more compassion and concern for other people than you do for yourself. At least you did.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That's true. And
that lack of compassion for ourselves and our compulsion to take care of the world and other people is a major source of illness as far as I'm concerned. And it speaks to a disconnection from the self. Yes. So that's the first point. The second point is it's a real occupational hazard for activists. And because we really care so much about the world, and there's so much that's wrong with the world. There's so much that needs addressing. There's so much oppression and injustice and inequality and not to mention the whole climate crisis. Yes. That you could work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and it will only still be a drop in the bucket. So that the compulsion to be out there changing things is both laudable, admirable, and understandable, and it's a source of illness. Yes. Because compassion needs to flow both ways, not just to your friends and to the world, but also to yourself.
Right.
That's the first point. The second point is I just want to give this is true for you as well. I first became a political activist in the 1960s around the Vietnam War, which was another murderous colonial enterprise, as we know.
As we know.
And the press was lying about it, and the politicians were completely dishonest about it. And I was so angry all the time. And later on, as a Jew, I became so angry about what we're doing to the Palestinians. Mm-hmm. And at the time, there were psychologists who said, the anger of the younger generation is really their anger towards their parents. It's not the politics, it's unresolved parent anger. And I thought that's just nonsense. But you know what? They were right. They were partly right. In other words, one could approach activism from a position of compassion and love, or and a desire to make a difference. One can also be driven by rage, that's unresolved childhood trauma. And sometimes, and it's so easy to mix the two up, because one should be angry about the Vietnam War. One should be angry about the treatment of the Palestinians. The question is, how much is that rage mixed up with one's own unresolved stuff? I wonder if you can relate to that.
I can totally relate to that, Gabor, completely, because I came to realize that I was going beyond the point of what my body could handle in terms of staying alive. And I realized very much that, in my community of activists, I saw burnout everywhere. And I realized how it started to take place in me. And so fortunately, as I come to see cancer as my partner, it started to really teach me lessons that I really very much need to love myself if I am really going to be there to love others and to do justice. And so I can totally and completely relate to what you're saying. Yeah. And I wonder if you could share a little bit of a story that you had, I would say very recently in 2019, I believe it was, with your trips to Peru and the ayahuasca journeys, and when you took doctors there, and this amazing story of how you were blocked. And, you know, this is a blockage that's happening after, you know, you're a bestseller and you've written so many books, and how can there be blockage still happening? But that the shamans and the teacher, the medicine people were telling you that, well, I'd love you to tell that story.
Yeah, it's an interesting story. So I've been working with ayahuasca for 13 years, since 2011. Okay. And so in 2000, and I lead these retreats. Now I don't administer the ayahuasca. I'm not an ayahuasquero or a shaman, but I help people prepare and declare their intentions, and afterwards I help them process their experience during this ceremony. And you know, now much of the time I would help others, but my own experience would be quite limited. Like I take the plant, and not a whole lot would happen. So compared to what happened with others anyway. So in this case, I go to Peru, to a place called the Temple of the Way of Light in Peru, where the shamans are indigenous Shipibo people. And this is a retreat that I was going to lead for doctors and psychologists, medical people, health people from around the world. So 23 people sign up. They pay big bucks. We come to the jungle, you know, the rainforest, and we start the retreat, and we have the first ceremony, and there are the Shipibo maestros and maestras in their white clothing, and we're in the Malacca, the structure where we hold the ceremony, and each of them comes along to chant to each of us. So that means all of us get 6 chants, because there's 6 of them, and at any one time there's 6 chants going on at this, you know, in the Malacca. And I'm sitting there, okay, let's see what you can do for me, but I don't think you can do very much. So they all come and chant to me, and not a whole lot happens for me. Next morning, I begin to do my work, and then the Shipibo shamans send a delegation to me with an English translator, because I don't speak their language. And I'm told, you can't lead this retreat. Why not? Because you have a dark and dense energy that doesn't allow our Icaros, our spirit, our energy to penetrate you. And furthermore, you can't even be present when we work with the others, because your energy is so dense that it affects our capacity to work with the others. So essentially, they fired me for my own retreat. And my first response was, what are you talking about? You know, they came to see me, you know. But you know what, at the same time, Andrés, I got right away what they were talking about.
What a gift.
And what they said to me was, we think 2 things. One is, we think you had a big scare when you were a small child and you haven't got over it yet.
Wow.
which is true, because I was a Jewish infant under the Nazis, nearly lost my life. Okay, at less than 1 year of age. Secondly, we think they said, we don't, no, they didn't know who I was. They don't read my books. They haven't seen my YouTube lectures, but they said, we think you worked with so many traumatized people and you've absorbed their traumas and you've done nothing to clear yourself. So we're going to help you, they said. We're going to help save your life, they said. This is about your life. We're going to have one of us work with you alone in your own private malaka, and the rest of us will work with the rest of the group. As I described in The Myth of Normal, by the end of the 5th ceremony with this shaman, I had this amazing breakthrough experience.
Wow.
Now, what they also said was, and this really applies to activists as well, I believe, they said that when they heard that a group of medicals or medical people were coming, they thought, great, because we, the shamans, we work with stressed and traumatized people. We then work on each other and ourselves to clear that stuff out of ourselves. So we thought you guys in the North did the same thing. But they said, we've never met such a heavy bunch of people in our whole lives, and these healthcare workers. And it's true, because the healthcare system works with traumatized people, and most medical people don't even know that. They just absorb the stresses and the traumas, and we're not trained to clear it out of ourselves. So that's the story. And what I'm saying here is that 100 psychiatrists working for 10 years would not have gone as far in their penetrating understanding as these people did in one night without even talking with me. They just read my energy. Now that's indigenous wisdom.
Very, very powerful. Wow. Thank you for sharing that, Gabor. Wow. I wonder if just you could mention who you write about very briefly, but it's someone very important in Zen rocks there in Greece, and it's Thich Nhat Hanh, and you mention his concept of interbeing and the fact that there are no separate entities.
I keep him very close.
Nice.
Thich Nhat Hanh, as most of you know, was a Vietnamese Buddhist monk who really dedicated his life to peace and to wisdom and mindfulness. And he just died a year and a few months ago. And I just was working with somebody who had attended many of his retreats. And Thich Nhat Hanh actually had a stroke some years before he died. But he was not, I imagine if I had a stroke, I'd be resentful, I'd be angry, I'd be despondent. He was happy. He was present. He was still able to teach just by his presence. So a unique being. And he embodied and taught the Buddhist concept of interbeing. So that the Buddha said 2,500 years ago, he says that every phenomena reflects every other phenomena. So that if you look at a leaf or a raindrop, they both contain the sun and the earth and the sky, which it does. You know, if you look at a leaf, it does. And it says, this arises because that arises, this dies because that dies. It's all one, which of course, from the indigenous point of view, is exactly what we've been talking about. And from the scientific point of view, it's also what modern science has proven. Now, Thich Nhat Hanh embodied that and taught it. And he talked about, he says, we're not are, it's not that we are, we inter-are, interbeing.
Yes.
And my friend, the psychiatrist Dan Siegel, talks about interpersonal neurobiology, that our brains and our nervous systems are wired together. Just like in a forest, very often the trees are connected by mycelia and fungus and so on. So there's a German naturalist who talks about the wood wide web, not the world wide web, the wood wide web. So human beings are the same. So my mood and the tone of my voice has a certain impact on your nervous system and vice versa. And I take that a step further, which is simply that if our nervous systems inter-are, then our whole biology inter-are, so that your Hodgkin's lymphoma wasn't just something that happened in you. It reflected something about your whole family of origin, the multi-generational history of that family, and the culture and conditions under which you grew up in.
Absolutely.
So now this is what Thich Nhat Hanh taught very simply and very elegantly, and he embodied it as well. So what I'm saying is that modern science has finally caught up with, or is catching up with, ancient wisdom. Unfortunately, modern culture doesn't want to acknowledge it, and modern medical culture just doesn't want to hear about it. But it's science. So it's not only Thich Nhat Hanh's wisdom or the Buddha's wisdom, it's also science.
Yes, yes. Well, Gabor, we've touched on activism and now on spirituality, and the other part of the month-long retreat there is about sustainability. And how is it that we can start to think about this incredible challenge? And you mentioned things in your book which I think are really beautiful. One thing that really drew me was that when you talk, well, actually, this was in the Wisdom of Trauma documentary. You said, "Can we be human beings in the midst of civilization?" And when what we call civilization demands the denial of human needs. And I would take it a step further. The demands of civilization are moving us toward collective biocide and the destruction of life on the entire planet. So how is it that we can even dream about being sustainable when we're facing such a bleak picture?
Well, I'll tell you my personal opinion here. So if the whole world had the standard of living that I had, there'd be no life on this planet.
Yes.
If the whole world had the standard of living that the privileged North does, at least segments of the privileged North, we would need several Earths.
Yes. I've heard 7 planets. Yes, 7 Earths.
7 planets to sustain that.
Yeah.
Now, I'd be very happy to give up the standard of living if it was in a collective sense that we're all doing it together and we have a collective purpose, sense of meaning and commitment. That ain't never going to happen under capitalism.
No.
The same system that privileges me is also destroying us.
Yes.
So I think when we use the word civilization, it depends what we mean. If we can conceive of civilization only as what exists right now. I mean, you're speaking in Greece, where inequality has burgeoned over the last decade, as it has around the world, where more people are poor than they used to be, jobs are harder to find, the pay isn't increasing. And yet the rich are doing very well, thank you very much. During COVID, the billionaire class become much richer while everybody else gets poorer. So if by civilization we means globalized capitalism and its colonial practices and on which it depends, no, it's not sustainable. There's no sustainability. Sustainability is a romantic ideal, and it doesn't matter how much I recycle or, any of us, that's all good. But as long as this, I read an article yesterday in the New Yorker magazine about this food chain called Taco Bell. Do you know Taco Bell?
Yes, of course.
They serve 42 million people every day. Junk food manufactured by psychologists and technologists and scientists to sell more product and put more unhealthy food into people. Why? Because of profit.
Exactly.
Well, how's that sustainable? And not only that, then you have the whole agricultural industry. We don't have to go on about it. What I'm saying is sustainability under the present system is a pipe dream. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And so people really need to look at the larger issues, the larger political economic context.
Yeah.
which is all this is happening.
Yeah. You talk about neuroplasticity of our brain, meaning that those who have experienced deep trauma or who have suffered incredible addiction and can't get out of it, there is this reality that our brains can redo themselves when we allow the right conditions for that to happen. And I'd like you to say a word about that, but even more in the context of, is that possible at a planetary level? Is it thinkable that we could become neuroplastic collectively?
Well, so if you think of any creature or any entity, any live entity in the universe, whether it's a flower or a tree or an animal or a human being, clearly if you're a gardener, you're going to ask yourself, what conditions does this plant need to thrive? By the way, we're talking about a Thrive conference, so we might as well mention the word thrive.
Exactly.
What conditions does the plant require to thrive? Well, irrigation, sunlight, minerals in the soil, and so on. Human beings are the same. Our brains are social products, and they're products of the environment. So which circuits develop well, which networks unfold, which chemical messengers are present in what quantities depends a lot on the environment, beginning in uterus and in early childhood. Now, the good news is that even though the early environment is very determinant of how we develop, and that's where trauma comes into it, it's also the case that given the proper environment, even later on, we can develop new circuits to override, at least to help to still and mitigate the effects of the old traumatized circuits. And that's called neuroplasticity. And yes, it is possible. And I've often said this, thank God for neuroplasticity, because I'm
Say that last part again.
Stupid as I was when I was 7. I said, I'm 79 years old now, and I would not wish to be as young and stupid as I was when I was 78, so that so that neuroplasticity, or even 2 weeks ago, so neuroplasticity is a unfolding process that's possible throughout life. Is it possible on a planet? Well, if it's possible on an individual level, it's certainly possible on the group level, depending on the right conditions.
That's
so
right.
Under conditions of isolation and alienation and loss of purpose and meaning and hopelessness, no. Yeah. But under conditions of connection and unity and agency and purpose and meaning, it is possible, let alone if we can eliminate the inequality and the poverty, and of course it's possible. So it is. That's where activism comes in. And in the last chapter of The Myth of Normal, the book you've been referencing, we actually talk about activism as an essential aspect of healing.
Yeah. There's even a quote that you say, we have seen how people with debilitating and even life-threatening pathology can learn from their illness, which we've talked about, and transform their lives. If the same principle were applied on a societal scale, the climate crisis would be an opportunity to examine the dominant perceptions and practices of a culture on a path to self-destruction.
Exactly. So could COVID, and the response to COVID. I mean, there's so many learning opportunities. And on an individual level, you can look at challenges as and health threats as an opportunity to learn and to grow, which is what you've experienced. The same thing can be true on a collective level.
Yes. And thank you for your time, Gabor. I know we've gone a little bit over, but I just want to close basically pointing to the fact that some very well read and committed people have come to the realization that we have gone beyond the point of no return on the planet. And but the truth is that just as our own individual lives are born. We all go through death eventually, and even planets are born and die. So that will happen eventually. We know that. But even so, there's an alliance that is basically looking at how do we cope with the fact that we know that now the oceans will rise even if human beings leave the planet tomorrow, and even the mass extinction of species that we're going through is just making it more and more acute. And so how is it that we live in the context of a planet that is going through this death cycle? How is it that we can be life affirming?
Well, that's a deep question. Let's assume that it's true, okay? And I'm still thinking that we're smart enough, if we wake up in time, to do something, But even if not, even if we're heading towards inexorable, unpreventable disaster, what can we learn from people that have been through crisis? Who've experienced earthquakes, tsunamis, wars, even genocide, is that even in the midst of that, people are capable of being compassionate, being connected, even find joy and meaning in life. And so how we respond to whatever happens isn't just a function of what is happening. It's also a function of how much we're in touch with ourselves and our humanity. And so even if that worst case scenario happens to unfold, even then, our experience as human beings can be very different.
Yes.
And not to necessarily be doomed for isolated suffering. No, that's the worst case scenario. Possibly there are other scenarios, but even in the face of the worst, it depends on who we are being for ourselves and for each other.
Yes. The way you've just worded it is very much a theme of what's called the Collapse Acceptance Alliance. And it doesn't mean that we have to throw in the towel. It means that we have to live as fully and love as fully and work for justice as fully as we can while we are here.
Yes.
Well, Gabor, we are so grateful. There's an expression here in the land of the Mayan people, the Cachiquel, and they say the word Matiosh. And I want to say that word to you and explain that it means that which is grateful in me honors gratitude itself in you.
Well, thank you. And likewise, it's an honor and a pleasure to speak with you.
Great.
Thank you.